time, those years. Don't stay in a daze looking for a sign. Start and try. Run across fields of ice, but hidden in starlight. Be well aware of roads we've gone by. Put yesterday's aside, meet the future head on. Now trailblazers keep widows in mind. One, stop staying within the lines. Two, we always align. Three, even if we don't get the upper hand, we'll fight for one. Four, never care and rip for hindsight. Five, let us light the night. Six, even when there are wills within, we'll go ahead. Get it pulverized.
Wrapped in biting wind, hearts will never bleed. Frozen and vanished out of greed. In their restless dreams, they try so hard to breathe. Pulses flutter and sting within this bleakness. Pain will come with the blade. Pain will wake up the despond and crowd in this dormant world somehow. Unsheath the sword not to kill. Unsheath the sword to rend those clouds above the ground. Wake up, it's time to gather now. The only warmth remains in hands clasped so tight. The only fire exists in brave hearts. Seasons that refuse to change over the years will find their way back on track. We made a choice, go fight against your fate. Pain will come with the blade. Pain will wake up the despondent crowd in this dormant world somehow. Unsheath the sword not to kill. Unsheath the sword to rend those clouds above the ground. Wake up, it's time to gather now. We have no way to know where they are headed for. See them lights on fire, just blaze through the stars. We know it's right over there. Something is there. Whatever is arriving, we'll be prepared. We made a choice, go fight against your fate. Pain will come celebrate. I'll be waiting till we make it the day to celebrate. I'll be waiting till we make it. Oh, we will see. Come with me, take the journey. We will see. Come with me, take the journey.
Get rid of the press from the rusty time, those years. Don't stay in a daze looking for a sign. Start and try. Run across fields of ice, but hidden inside light. Be well aware of roads we've gone by. Put yesterday's aside, need a future head on. Now trailblazers keep credos in mind. One, stop staying within the lines. Two, we always align. Three, even if we don't get the upper hand, we'll fight for right. Four, never care and report hindsight. Five, let us light the night. Six, even when there are wills within, we'll go ahead. Get it pulverized.
Wrapped in biting wind, hearts will never bleed. Frozen and banished out of greed. In their restless dreams, they try so hard to breathe. Pulses flutter and sting within this bleakness. Pain will come with the blade. Pain will wake up to death, bond and crown in this dormant world somehow. Unsheath the sword not to kill. Unsheath the sword to rend those clouds above the ground. Wake up, it's time to gather now. The only warmth remains in hands clasped so tight. The only fire exists in brave hearts. Seasons that refuse to change over the years will find their way back on track. We made a choice, go fight against your fate. Pain will come with the blade. Pain will wake up the despondent crowd in this dormant world somehow. Unsheath the sword not to kill. Unsheath the sword to rend those clouds above the ground. Wake up, it's time to gather now. to celebrate. I'll be waiting till we make it the day to celebrate. I'll be waiting till we make it. Oh, we will see. Come with me, take the journey. We will see. Come with me, take the journey.
Get rid of the press from the rusty time, those years. Don't stay in a daze looking for a sign. Start and try. Run across fields of ice, but hidden in starlight. Be well aware of roads we've gone by. Put yesterday's aside, meet the future head on. Now trailblazers keep credos in mind. One, stop staying within the lines. Two, we always align. Three, even if we don't get the upper hand, we'll fight for right. Four, never care and rip for hindsight. Five, let us light the night. Six, even when there are wills within, we'll go ahead. Get it pulverized.
Wrapped in biting wind, hearts will never bleed. Frozen and banished out of greed. In their restless dreams, they try so hard to breathe. Pulses flutter and sting within this bleakness. Pain will come with the blade. Pain will wake up to death, bond and crown in this dormant world somehow. Unsheath the sword not to kill. Unsheath the sword to rend those clouds above the ground. Wake up, it's time to gather now. The only warmth remains in hands clasped so tight. The only fire exists in brave hearts. Seasons that refuse to change over the years will find their way back on track. We made a choice, go fight against your fate. Pain will come with the blade. Pain will wake up the despondent crowd in this dormant world somehow. Unsheath the sword not to kill. Unsheath the sword to rend those clouds above the ground. Wake up, it's time to gather now. The way to celebrate, I'll be waiting till we make it. The day to celebrate, I'll be waiting till we make it. Oh, we will see. Come with me, take the journey. We will see. Come with me, take the journey.
'Cause from the rusty time, those years. Don't stay in a daze looking for a sign. Slide and try. Run across fields of ice, but hidden in starlight. Be well aware of roads we've gone by. Put yesterday's aside, meet the future head on. Now trailblazers keep credos in mind. One, stop staying within the lines. Two, we always align. Three, even if we don't get the upper hand, we'll fight for right. Four, never care or report hindsight. Five, let us light the night. Six, even when there are wills within, we'll go ahead. Get it pulverized.
宇宙浩瀚无垠，致使包罗万象。在博识学会就有这样一位特例，无形的学术之星，举手投足间尽显低调奢华。
愚蠢是一种病，得治。我是维里塔斯·拉蒂奥，是学者，亦是老师。如果你的脑袋出现了愚钝的症状，也可以称呼我为真理医生。人要学会认识自己，但偶尔也需要一些严厉的教导。0分，0分，下一个。这就结束了。不错，加5分。选择和别人做同样的事，得到的往往不会是更好的结果。让我来考考你。切勿心急，想明白再做决定。计算之中的结果，以益智游戏的标准，还不错。
biu biu 是我运营的产品，我想通过它和更多不懂分寸的人一起探索世界的边界。正是这些不懂分寸的人，也许他们不被理解，任性、固执，甚至疯狂。
就是我。
但如果没人去打破边界，谁又能玩透世界呢？
大家好，我是星际争霸2世界冠军李培南。作为职业选手，每天大部分时间都是在电脑前度过。每次训练结束都会有不同程度的腰酸背痛，所以我们对电竞椅的要求都非常严格，能保护腰部并且坐感舒适，成为我们挑电竞椅的重要指标。我们一直在用的奥风电竞椅就完美做到这一点。升级的锥背小弹腰有足够的支撑力，并且上下前后都能调节，坐着很舒服，非常适合大家玩游戏的时候使用。不论用什么姿势，正坐、靠着、躺着。腰托都可以支撑我的腰部，非常舒服。再来坐感，这款还配置了空调坐垫，夏天凉爽，冬天温暖，真的是跟空调一样精准控温。训练久了总觉得闷热，坐垫有3档风度调节，游戏再也不闷屁股了。现在天气转凉了，坐垫同样配置了3档加热功能，让身体一直保持温暖，游戏手感一直火热。训练之余刷刷手机休息一下，玩玩手游。6D 机械手臂可以自调节高度，手臂不会感觉累，同时扶手面很大，即使有大动作也不会落空。相信我，跟我一起选择奥风机械大师电竞椅，你也可以逆袭成为冠军。
打开微信，搜索公众号“星际老男孩 SC Boy”， 这里有每日的直播预告、重要的赛事报道、精彩的视频剪辑、有趣的主播八卦、定期的抽奖福利以及爆笑的节奏和评论。关注 SC Boy 官方公众号，365天每天更新，让你与20万猛男一起更便捷的享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐。不要告诉别人哟。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day. Today, number 4 of the Master Coliseum 7 playoffs. I'm, of course, your Sly VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the lovely people in the chat, by my plushies, and by M. Canning. Thank you, puppy. Thank you. I don't know if he's still here, but we appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session and react stream. Shaking my head. As we're diving into day number 4 here, we're diving into some elimination matches. We are nearing the end of the playoffs, the end of Master Coliseum. It's been a brutal tournament all month long, day after day after day. So many days here of the group stage of the playoffs, and we have 3 days remaining. And here we have to determine who faces off and who advances on here in the lower bracket. We have Hero versus Solar up first, followed by Maru versus Dark. And in these matches, they're best of 7s and they are elimination matches. Loser will be gone from the tournament. The winner advances on to the next round. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have on Oceanborn, Hero for CranKy Gaming. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg, Solar for Onside. We go, and as we dive into this, of course, a big shout out to the lovely sponsors as well of our tournament. Shout out to Doyu, Honkai Star, Taido, Oreful, and Piu Piu. Thank you so much for the support. Likewise, thank you everyone for tuning in and watching as well. Again, it's been a pretty intense tournament. Just almost the entirety of January engulfed in it, with the qualifiers leading into the group stage, of course, which was massive, the Swiss group stage, into our now playoffs here. And we'll see who does advance on. And if you're in the chat, then get your gamba on, because predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take this series, on who you think will advance on to face off against the winner of, oh my god, the winner of Maru and Dark, because Hero is going for a Forge. He's going for a Gate Forge expand here. His goal is to cancel, is to deny this hatchery on the low ground. It is not a committed cannon rush, but a cannon rush nonetheless, designed to force a cancel and to delay the expansion here of Solar. Boys are being pulled. Oh, we do squeeze past. First cannon has been thrown down. Pylon's been thrown down as well to reduce surface area on that pylon. And this cannon will finish. And Solar, can we hold on to this space, or will we be forced to cancel? And the answer is, he holds. Or he'd choose to try to hold. Hatchery is done. We have Lings on the way. Queens as well. Good positioning here with the drones. That's a lot of lost mining time here for Solar, as that is 7 drones off the mineral line. Cannon is now done. Oh god, the probe trying to get to that cannon. Alas, cannot. Is forced away. Is zoned away. And 1 cannon is not going to be enough to really threaten this hatchery. Is within range. It's not even within range. Oh, it's not even within range. Behind this, Hero is expanding. Of course, this was not an all-in. This was not like a cheese. This was designed to, again, force a cancel. But with only 1 cannon, we can't really do much. We can just go up to the high ground. You can focus down the cannon from the high ground as well. This is a rough start for Hero. This has not really achieved what it was looking for, what it was hoping for. Yes, we did force a lot less mining time, that is true, but still not ideal. The positioning is a little bit annoying, but as we mentioned, no high ground. There's no high ground vision here, so this cannon is going to go down to the Queen without too much issue. Behind this, we're transitioning into not just our expansion, but also the Stargate. Now, this expansion is delayed. It's a delayed Nexus here for Hero. Delayed tech as well. We have to try to catch back up. We have to try to recover here from this big delay and from this investment. Third base soon to be on the way here for Solar. Adept gets across, and the cannon is going to be going down. The cannon falls. We, again, don't really kill too much. We did force all that last mining time as well, that's true, but we also invested into all these pylons, into all these cannons. Well, for one cannon, Adept does shade in, does get one drone. Not bad. One worker does go down, but I got here a little bit too late to be supported by the cannon. First Adept goes down. So far, good defense here from Solar. And with that, we can kind of settle into a longer game. Solar's going to be able to drone up and get into his Queen production. Meanwhile, it's going to be on Hero to bounce back with Adepts, with Oracles. Here we go. But again, a wild way to start. On top of that, it was also quite fortunate for Solar. I didn't mention it, but he went for a 15-15, went for a 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool, so that meant faster Lings and faster Queens, faster than normal. So just happened to be set up to deal with this. So solid start from Solar. With that, we are now going to be getting in slowly into our next game, or slowly into this game, I should say. Adept's going to be threatening a shade. Two Adepts do one-shot workers. The Oracle does dive in as well. Queens are in position. Oracle gets forced back. Once again, still no major damage dealt to Solar. Not yet, at least. Behind this, we're rushing into a third base. Third Nexus on the way. Hero racing back home to defend against it, and we're just easing our way into a longer game. Tech-wise, I'm really curious to see how Hero transitions. For now, we have a fast forward, so we can rush into faster +1 attack. That's true. We're getting with a third Oracle to maintain map control to harass across the map. Ooh, and that's a second Forge on the way. I hope Hero remembers that he already has one, because that's going to be, again, second Forge for double upgrades. Not something that we're used to seeing. I mean, I say that. Last night, Hero did play triple Forge against Raynor. That did happen. that was a wild game. It was on this map as well, if you remember. It was on Oceanborn when Hero went triple Forge. It did not work. Did not work there. There we go. We have +1 attack on the way. Soon to be +1 armor as well, I imagine. This will actually work quite nicely with charge. With charge lots, if that's the direction we headed. Pilot council's done, and we'll see what our tech of choice is going to be for Hero. Meanwhile, let him say shade into the natural. Ooh, Lings are not in position. Drones are being focused down. At the same time, Lings, they did go for a counterattack where we are in position to defend. That's going to be 5 dead workers, and we're not done. Still have 3 Adepts remaining, and we shade into the main. Once again, more drones being targeted. Oh, and this is getting out of hand. This is becoming too much. 8 workers. 8 drones go down. Very nice trade here for Hero. Behind this, we do have 1-1 upgrades on the way. We're not going to charge. We're going to Link Stalkers instead. And again, that +1 armor upgrade is going to help so much against the massive amount of Lings that Solar is creating. So far, good setup here from Hero. He's not quite there yet. Lings do once again threaten another counterattack, but the Oracles are back home. The wall! The wall is not a wall. Lings, they do slip into the main. And Lings, they get into the main. The others do threaten the natural. We got a full scout, and we do confirm the tech. We are fully aware of the double upgrades, as well as that Twilight Council. And we even focus on a couple of probes. Not too bad. Not too bad here from Hero. Behind this, Roach Warden on the way should be Ling Bane Roach Ravager as the composition of choice for Solar. It's kind of the bread and butter here of mid-game ZVP and can work quite nicely against gateway compositions. Against a commitment into Blink Stalkers, Ling Hydra could fare a little bit better here, but you know, there's still a place for Ling Roach Ravager as well. As Ling's going to be threatening that wall, do get on top of at least some of the production here. We should force a warp in and be forced back. And Epsay shade in again for a second time. Denying so much mining time, we focus on a couple of extra drones. Oh god, as 2 more depths slip into the natural base as well, and Solar's being pulled apart. This is becoming far too much here. 6 more workers go down. On top of the 8 kills we had earlier. And again, we're only trading out of depths. As I say that, Solar once again threatening a big counterattack. Zooming across the map, forcing the Oracles back home. Behind this, we're taking up into a Spire. I believe the Spire hasn't been scouted. I hope it hasn't been scouted. Luckily for Hero, he is investing into Blink Stalkers. That can be an answer to Mutas. A low amount of Mutas. So we do keep up. Link's going to be forced back. Prism on the left-hand side. Charge on the way here for Hero. Is going to be on the way. For now, Lings are going to be getting engages here with some Stalkers, but Stalkers, they do hold strong. They're looking to be focused down. A good supply block here on Solar. Oh, Hero finding quite a lot of damage here, and he's going to be committed. 1-1 upgrades are done. As he moves down, we do have a full wall back at home. He's going to be holding on to Lings. They don't bust into the natural base quite yet. But Roaches have come out just in time. Come out in time. Stalkers being forced back. Immortals on the way. Charge Lots being ready to drop towards the 4th base. Ooh, as Lings do slip in. Once again, getting another free scout. Confirming the lack of additional tech. No Bay, no second Robo, no Colossus production. And Mutas are on the way. Ooh, as we're going for a big Charge Lot warp in here into the main. And Hero looking to try and pull Solar apart. He catches the Queens. All 3 Queens go down. Very nice target firing, very nice split targeting there from Hero. As Zelda take control of the main base, we go straight for the lair. They do force the Mutas to reveal themselves. Mutas have been revealed. Phoenix is now in production. We do get a kill. We get a kill on the lair. Lair does go down. Same time, Hero focusing down that 4th base as well. Can we get it? It's so close. Do we have a transfuse? We do not. As 2 bases go down in an instant, Solar down to 2 base economy. Does have a lot of workers, but is not mining efficiently whatsoever. Instead, going for a surround, and he will catch these Stalkers, or try to. They're going to barely slip away. Oracles, they're coming in to support. Mutas, they shut down the Oracles. They force back the army. There's only a handful of Phoenixes. Where's the Prism? Not quite here. Let's dodges there with the Immortals. So far, the Mutas, they have forced back the army from time to time. They took down the Prism earlier, but haven't really done too much to the economy. And the Mutas are being targeted down. And very nice pickups here. Very efficient trades from Hero. He shuts down every single Muta with 2 Phoenixes. But behind this Solar, he is building up his army once again. He's droning back up to 76, soon to be 80. Taking his bases, double expanding. Now, Solar has to rebuild his lair. He's stuck on lair tech as a result. There's no hive, there's no infestation pits, no lurkers or vipers or anything of the sort, which is kind of a big win for Hero. Like, his opponent just stuck on lair tech for so long. Not even lair tech at the moment. But a lair tech army is still terrifying. It's huge, it's maxed out. Solar, he has maxed out, he has arrived. So we're going to be rolling on in. Threading a dive towards the would-be 4th base. Bailing speed not on the way here. The slow bays are waddling in. They're waddling on forward. Good concave here from Hero. The Oracles, they go ham on the army. And Solar is running out of steam. He's running out of Link Bait. Only Roaches remain, and Hero, he can punish this so hard. Again, Hero, he's been trading so damn well. Even though Solar's up in supply, the super does at times lie, especially when Roach Ravager is involved. Not a very efficient army, not an army that really scales well into the mid to late game. It's just falling off. Again, we're lacking upgrades as well. We're just now working on +1 range, about to kick in 10 seconds. But Hero, he's already knocking down that front door. He's already here. Cells from the left-hand side, Stalkers from the right. Once again, those Roaches are exposed. Oh, we go for the dive. We dive on top of the army, dive on top of the Ravagers. Good target firing here out of Hero. And again, he's just achieved so much throughout this game. Whether it's the Adepts harassing earlier, whether it's the Zealot run by Zealot drop sniping bases. Whether it's the target firing here as well. As Zealots, they wreak havoc in the main base. Ravagers, they will pile down the Phoenixes at least. Phoenixes will fall, but what about everything else? Yeah, GG gets called. Hero snowballs out of control and takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A solid game there out of Hero. A little bit unorthodox. The opener was, I would say, rocky. It was shaky for Hero, where, if you remember, he went for what was supposed to be a Forge Expand Cannon Rush, but designed to force a cancel on the hatchery, and we didn't force a cancel. We didn't really kill many drones. We didn't really trade too well whatsoever. Did force some less mining time, but I would have said that after the early game, Solo was in a better position. But the Adept Harass, the vanilla Adept Harass was very impressive from here. If you remember, he was dipping in between the bases time and time again. He was able to shade in. The Oracles weren't doing too much economic damage, but the Adepts were. The Adepts, they killed, I want to say, 15 or so drones between them. Just really setting Solar back. And whenever Solar attempted to counterattack Hero, he was always in position, always trading well enough against those Lings, and eventually snowballed out of control with that upgrade timing with all those Link Stalkers. Very efficient trades. Very efficient trades overall, despite, again, the shaky start from Hero, which is a solid follow-up. Very nicely done. And Solar, he was struggling to keep up with the multitasking of Hero. Like, the constant Adept Harass in multiple mineral lines at once was something difficult here for Solar, and yeah, it did feel like he was one step behind when it came to predicting the movement of the Adepts and keeping up with them and actually having even an army to deal with it. Now here we go, we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right hand corner we have Hero for CranKy game. And in the bottom left, we have as opponent, we have Solar for onside. Here we go. As we are diving on in. And for now, openers are looking a lot more standard this time. This time, Hero won't be rushing into that forge and into a cannon rush across the map, but we're calming things down, calming things down. But again, that's it's brutal nonetheless. That's even with kind of the failed cannon rush from Hero, he still was able to bounce back and achieve so much, almost just sheerly off the back of his control, like his unit control, his micro, his multitasking. It was insane. And oh, we're going for a 2-gate opener. Hello. This fun. I actually haven't seen this kind of opener in a year. Definitely the first time I'm seeing this year in 2024. But even last year, like, this is not a common opener. So with a 2-gate opener, essentially we're going to be delaying the expansion, we're delaying the Nexus here for Hero, and we're going to be prioritizing and having an abundance of Adepts early on. We're going to be hitting a double Adept and a quadruple Adept timing here in this game once the Cybercore finishes. And the goal here is similar to the last game: get across the map, get damage done, shade in between the bases, and if Solo doesn't respect this, he can be pulled apart. Now, big Overlord Scout, he does come in, he does confirm that both gateways are already done at this point, which is not the norm. It is not standard whatsoever to already have these gateways up and running, so Solar is now aware that his opponent is going to be that much more aggressive. Hero is going to be in the face of Solar. Solar knows this. And knowing is half the battle. The other half, of course, is the execution. Can we keep up with the shades? Can we can be able to not even just keep up with it, but likewise drone up at the same time and make sure that our economy isn't stifled too much by even the presence of the Adepts. Here we go, Adepts going to be shading out across the map, pushing towards that natural base. We do have a handful of Lings in position, but only a handful. Yeah, we commit to the shade. There are only 3 or only a pair of Lings. Go for the drones, we force the Spore. Up forcing out a Spore. A couple of workers are getting picked off, and we do not commit to the shade as we get 2 drones, 3 drones even. Very nicely done. 3 drones, and we're not done, by the way. Remember, with the double gateway opener, it's 2 Adepts, and then 4 Adept, and then 6 Adepts. Like, we build up over time. We don't want to throw them way too soon. And here we go. We're up to 4. We're already up to 4 Adepts, and behind this, Hero following it up with a Twilight Council. We have our take of choice. We're going to be doubling down on aggression. This can, of course, lead into Glaives as we commit to the shade. And again, really good positioning here in the mineral line. Ling's having such a hard time engaging. Having such a hard time as we do force a choke point. We get a couple of workers. More lost mine time. Adepts forced out of there from the Queens. we can definitely trade well against some of these things, so we will get surrounded. 2 adepts go down, there's only 1 adept left, and we will be able to focus it down as well. So nice cleanup here from Solar. Adepts, they continue to arrive, but we won't be able to build up the adept counts. We won't be able to, you know, knock down and have those dominoes fall one after the other and snowball out of control. Like, not quite yet. We're not done. We are not done. It's going to be 4 Gate Glaive Adepts here from Hero. Again, a very aggressive style. This shouldn't be all-in, but there are all-in variations of this. And my eyes are on Hero just because it's been really keeping the pressure on this entire game so far. For this entire game. We'll see if he does commit. Meanwhile, we see Solo going for his Roach Horn. That's going to be a 4-minute 30 Roach Horn timing. A little bit later than what we'd like to be seeing, but I guess it has been a bit of a wonky start overall. Hero's push is going to be a little bit more delayed because of all these adepts that he's been making earlier. He's waiting for that Prism to move out. Here we go. Adept's going to be shading across the map. Maya's also going to be on Hero when it comes to his transition. He can take a 3rd base behind this. He can also start Immortal production, or he can go into Disruptors. Or into Colossi. Like, Robotics' Bay follow-up is definitely on the table, and we don't go for the Bay. We go for the Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine on the way behind this for Hero. Again, just keeping the aggression up. Keeping it on. Things they threaten to run by, but there's a Stalker in position. Dark Shrine is on the way. And can Solar keep up? For now, Lynx, they threaten that wall. They get on top of an Adept. Prism does slip in. Dark Shrine's still not quite done yet. Do we have Spore Crawlers? I know there's no Spore, at least at the 3rd base. The 3rd is vulnerable. We could get a secure kill on a hatchery. No Spore here at the natural, I believe. No Spore in the main either. No shot. Do we end the game with just DTs? There we go. We have 1 Spore on the way. 1 Spore, and then we got a 2nd Spore in production as well. So, okay, so there's 1 Spore at the natural, 1 Spore at the 3rd. So we have to work with right now. So we should be able to cover our bases. We can potentially actually cover the ramp as well. Here it is. We have a handful of DTs on the way. Lair in production for Solar. Spores are done, but remember the main base is vulnerable. We could just try to pick up and go straight for the main. Oh, that's what we're going for. Uh-oh. That is what we're going for. Straight into the main base here. Spore is on the way. Spore's going to be chasing as well. Yeah, the DTs, they can go ham. They shave off a couple of units. Good movement at the Solar. It does keep over the Spores. Ooh, Lise coming for a surround. Not a bad trade for Solar. Does catch some of those Adepts. As they shade into that 3rd base. They get a couple of drone kills, but there wasn't that much to kill here anyway. They are going to be once again shading in between the bases, catching more Lings. Behind this Hero is expanding. Double Archon into the main. DTs, we don't just need them. We have access to Archons, of course, as well. And we get a couple of hits in. We deny more mining. Hero now ahead in workers. Quite impressive. Ahead in workers, working towards that 3rd base. Has been scattered. Still no. Oh, no, we come back too soon. We come back too soon as 2 more workers go down. The Wiles, they will connect. And finally, we can deal with these. That's what I spoke too soon. Queen goes down. They shade into the natural base. More lost mine time. More chaos being caused here in the bases of Solar. Oh my god. So we juggle on forward. We focus on another 8 drones. 8 more workers go down. And what have we really lost? Adepts. Adepts, they get outscaled into the mid game anyway. Good trades here for Hero. As finally he recalls back home. Oh, never mind. Does he have a full wall? No shot. Oh my god. Watch your rally, Bobby. Watch it. Mortal turning back around. DT waddling in. I believe there is a Spore Crawler at the 3rd base. I believe. Oh, never mind. It did uproot, but thankfully reburrowing. DT slipping between the bases. We have mobile detection. Another Overlord goes down. Again, Hero achieving so much with this harass. He's just keeping Solar busy. Solar has been trying to drone, but he hasn't been able to. He's been losing too many. As a result, Hero still maintains an economic lead. Economic lead is insane. We see Solar trying to go for a counterattack, or trying to set up a counterattack, building up for a Ravager Banelings, joining up to 71. We're just going to force him to lift. Solar gets eyes on the 4th. Meanwhile, we spoke about it earlier about the Bay and the kind of Robotech transition here. Oh, the juggling! Oh my god. The Archons, they refuse to die. We get another 5 drones as well at the same time. I believe the DT slipping in between the bases. As we try to catch another Overlord. And here comes the army. Disruptor is now in the mix. Again, this entire time Hero has been in control of this game. Solar been trying to react, been trying to keep up. We focus on a couple of these tumors. Tumor's going to be going down. Big warp in. Can we get the Vials up? And we should be able to. Here, the Prism goes down. Good Vials here from Solar. Suddenly, we cannot save these Immortals. We cannot juggle. Nova going to be decent. Another Nova goes off, and it will connect with 2 Roaches and a Ravager. The Immortals are exposed, but it looks like Hero, he may barely have enough. It's going to be close. And it looks like he barely cleans up this army, but he loses so much in the process. We have reinforcements on the way. 16 more Roaches for Solar. He's barely holding on here with his reinforcements. Zero forces his way in between the bases once again. Catches the value, gets the full Roach, full Ravager. Overlord. Forced back by the Roach Ravager. Banning Waddle Bite is being set up here across the map. It's being set up. You're building up his forces, getting into another Disruptor. Where's the Prism though? The Prism, these bushes are quite terrifying, but there it is, the Prism has arrived. Banning Waddle Bite comes in, we get 7 probes. Oh! 7 workers. Not too bad. Once again, even though we may have killed 7 workers, do we have enough to survive the push? To defend against us, Nova goes off. Big connection on the Ravagers. And this is getting out of hand. We do focus down a Disruptor, which is a good trade, don't get me wrong. Immortal barely is saved. Immortal is saved, but Hero is still getting so much value with these Stalkers. A charge on the way behind this. Solar just now getting into +1 melee. He's now getting into melee. We do have a bit of a Ling run by and a Ling counterattack as well. Threatening the bases, we do catch a shield battery at least. But this thing can't really threaten bases, or at least it shouldn't threaten bases. These cannons and shield batteries are on the way. Boy, and Hero is still just building up towards this push, and again, because he's been able to trade so well against Solar, Solar's still not recovered. He's still only on 70 workers. Like, Solar, his drone count is not ideal. He's just been forced to keep producing army this entire time, and here comes the Zealot run by. We catch a Mineral Lion, a drone's gonna be going down. Solar, he's out of position. Another big warping as well, distracting those reinforcements. And Hero gets a surround on that hatchery. Gets 13 drone kills and counting, and he'll knock down not just 1 base, but another. 2 bases go down in the blink of an eye. Again, Solar is trying to keep up. Trying to catch this army. We have 3 Novas in total. 2 of them did get wasted. The Nova goes off. Better connection. But is that enough? So once again, we do see Solar forcing Hero back. Overcharge is going to be popped. Oh, we top up so much of these shields. Another Disruptor does arrive, and this is going to be the final push here of Solar, trying to break through. But these Stalkers, they're just trading so well. They're just trading so damn well here. Solar, he is hurting. He's hurting quite a lot at the moment here. Bile grazes the army, but we need more than one Bile. It's going off, catching Ravagers. Bailey's barely finishing up. No, they're forced to cancel. Oh, big warping into the main base. Now Hero, he can push in from multiple sides. With the Zealot harass, with of course the main army. Disruptor has arrived. Colossus as well. And Hero, he's running away with this. He's getting another base. Another hatchery goes down. GG gets called, and Hero, again, looking terrifying here in this series. Just having his way with Solar once again with Adept harass. This time with Glaive Adepts. Not just Glaive Adepts, but also Dark Templar as well. Game 1 was a cannon rush here. In Game 2, we got DTs, we got Glaive Adepts. Hero just really being hyper aggressive this series, and Solar has been having a hard time keeping up. It looks like Solar may have asked for a break. I don't blame him. I think we need a moment. I think Solar, he needs a moment to just take a breath and just calm things down. It's a best of 7, a lot of games to come, but 2-0 league in this fashion isn't looking good here for Solar. It's not looking good. What's scary is that Hero hasn't really shown his final form. Like, so far, Hero's been looking terrifying just off of the back of the harassment. Early on, both in Game 1 and Game 2, he's been killing a lot of workers. He's been killing a lot of drones with his Adepts, in conjunction with the Archons and DTs here in Game number 2. And that kind of snowballs into a massive army lead, into a supply lead, and Hero's been able to flex from there. And Solar needs to tighten up his early game. Straight up, he just needs to tighten up his early game here. He cannot afford these losses the way that he's been sustaining them, all these drone kills. And we'll see if he can kind of tighten things up here as we get into game number 3, as we get ready for Site Delta. Site Delta is on the way. Now, to be fair, to give credit, of course, where credit is due, Hero's builds have been unorthodox. Remember, winding it back. It was a 2-gate opener. It was 2-gate opener into 4-gate Glaive Adepts, into, of course, something a little bit more of a standard game. But, like, again, these are builds and these are playstyles that not a lot of players out there actually incorporate. Not a lot of players actually whip them out. So Classic is a similarly aggressive Protoss player to Hero, but even then, like, they do have different playstyles overall, and they do have different builds. In a sense, like, their overall style of play is similar, but like the details, the intricacies are quite different. And yeah, Hero, he's just finding a lot of success with this more aggressive style. And we'll see, can we bounce back as we load into game number 3? And spawning at the top left, we have Hero for Dragon Kaiser Gaming. And in the bottom right, we have his opponent. We have Solar. We're on side. Oh, he has 2 doggos. Let's go. Let's go. Beautiful. We do have 2 doggos in the background, and maybe that small break that we had when Solo went off camera, maybe he just needed some support from the doggos. You know, he needed to support them, they needed to support him. You know, we just had to pet the doggos. Now we're good. Now we're good. We're good to go. Vámonos. Here we go. As we settle into this. Solo, of course, going into his Hatchcast full standard opener here from our Zerg player. Forsake the Unnatural Natural. You're likewise settling into this as well. Keck here. Thank you, Nightbot. But yeah, shout out to Nightbot. We got our bracket commands in the chat if you need them. Do have them. And yeah, Hero, he's been hyper aggressive so far here. Remember in the last game, of course, it wasn't just the 2-gate opener into 4-gate Glaive Adepts. It was 4-gate Glaive Adepts into DTs, into Archon drop harass. And it was disgusting how much efficiency Hero was getting with his Archons. Like, that was crazy. He got like 3 Overlords. He was able to kill a lot of extra workers, catch some queens. Like, it was very smooth. It was very smooth micro out of Hero with his follow-up Archon drop harass as well. Just at almost no point did Solar ever have room to breathe. It was just non-stop aggression, whether it was with the initial 2-gate opener, with the follow-up Glaives, with the Archons, with the DTs, with the Blink Stalkers thereafter. Just Hero was just constantly in Solar's face, and well, was able to achieve quite a lot with that. We'll see. We'll see if Solar can, again, slow the game down a little bit, maybe take control himself. We have spoken about this before. On the one hand, Solar, he is known for more macro play, but oh, that's an early Baneling Nest. Let's talk about being assertive, Papi. That is what, a 2-minute 30 Baneling Nest? Should be a Bane Bust. We're going to be getting into a Bane Bust here. Solar sneaking more Lings across the map. Hero, can he get a read on what's going on? Because Solar, he's had enough of being on the receiving end of the aggression. He wants to be the aggressor. He wants to be the one in control. Can Solar pull this off? Adept shading into the main. Void Ray is on the way. Ooh, Void Ray opener. Interesting. We're going to have some consistent damage available. Consistent, DPS available here for Hero. We shade in and we do get eyes on the Baneling Nest. The Baneling Nest is done. It's very early. Insanely suspect. And there it is. We're walling off. Big scout here. The gateway has been thrown down. We are fully walling off on 2 bases. The Bane Bust is soon to be upon us. That pylon is a weak point. That is true. That pylon looking very vulnerable, but I'm sure we're ready to wall off behind it. Oracle's on the way. Additional gateways as well. Bailey said, well, they're rolling in. Where's the wall? Pylon is going to be knocked down. Ling's going to be flooding in as well. Shield battery about to finish up, but it gets focused down as well. A good target firing here out of Solar. But is this going to be enough? Because the Depths are warping on in. Warp Gate isn't done. Warp Gate gets depowered. No, sure. Warp Gate is depowered. Big pick off there by Solar. Lings, they continue to reinforce. Oracle trying to hold the line here at the natural. So far we are holding. Another pylon on the way. Cybercore is repowered and Warp Gate, yeah, it's going to finish up. GG gets called. The Bane Bust is not going to work here. And Hero holds. Hero takes a 3-0 lead. GG, well played. Very nicely done here by Hero. The big moment for Hero was, of course, the Adept. The Adept gets across the map, he scouts, he walls off, he was able to confirm the Bane Bust that was coming, and sure, the pylon did go down, but we had a Void Ray to help defend, we had some clutch movement there with those Adepts as well, the boys were being pulled, and Hero barely lost anything. He shut that down so well, and this doesn't bode well for Solar. I'm a little bit concerned, Papi. I'm a little bit... Oh, God. Hug the doggos again, Papi. You need them. Oh, God. Because this has not been a long series. We haven't really been able to sink our teeth into, like, a solid kind of back-and-forth mid-game. Like, we haven't gotten there yet. Like, Hero's been in the driver's seat for the most part of the series. Hyper-aggressive, and we're loading into potentially the final game. In the top left-hand corner, we have a Hero for DKZ. And in the bottom right, we have Solar for onside. The pressure is on. He's down 3-0. We need to fight back here and now. Otherwise it's over. Otherwise, it is all over. Oh boy. Here we go. Here and now. We're going to be loading into Golden Aura. Golden Aura is an interesting map. Has a short rush distance by ground. So typically, if we do engage here early on, if we do have a momentum swing in one way or the other, a fight going one way or the other, like, you can very quickly counterattack and apply pressure and break your opponent. In saying that, the 3-base setup here on Golden Aura is very defendable. Like, the ramp and the choke point leading up into the 3rd base is very narrow, and it's very easy to actually hold on and defend. That is why on Golden Aura we actually have seen a lot of split map scenarios, but it's actually usually favoring Zerg players. The reason for this is because whether it's Terran or Protoss, you can fortify yourself on 4 and then 5 bases relatively well, but taking more bases from there is difficult. And more often than not, Zerg players are able to take bottom left, the gold, and top right as well, if we do end up in a longer late game. But I mean, I bring this up, I don't know if I need to, because we haven't gotten long games so far in this series. Like, we're not slowing down, Papi. You know, we're speeding up, and I don't know if we can get to the point where we can get up to, 4-base economy. We'll see. We shall see. So far, gate expand here from Hero. Gate expand into the Cybercore, standard opener. Likewise, Solo goes for a hatch on the low ground, hatch gas pull. Standard opener so far. And what direction will we go in? Again, things not looking so hot here for Solar. I want to believe we can get it back and forth. I want to believe that we can have an extended series. I want to believe. I'm hoping that that's the case. I want to cast, Papi. I want to cast some more games. Regardless of how this goes, even if it still goes the way of Hero, like I want to see Solar be competitive here. But again, has been struggling so far, and it's not looking too good. For now, though, third base is on the way. Queens are amassing. Going to be joining on up. Link speed in production as well. And we have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate opener here from Hero. I'm imagining an Oracle opener, but as we saw in the previous game, Hero is willing to open up Void Ray. Is very much so willing to do so. Is in his repertoire, and as he threatens to shade, we have our first unit, and it is going to be the Oracle, not the Void Ray. So Oracle opener out of Hero, Adept shades into the main base. Big scout here confirming and making sure that there is no fast Roach Warren or Bailey Nest. Ooh, as the Adept is going to be forced back. Oh, the Queen! Up! Uno mas! Uno mas, papi! It's so close we get away with 3 HP. Not like this. The Adept barely does survive. And will shade on back home. Whew. Clutch moves there out of Hero. Does preserve his Adepts. Now, his Adepts are very battered, very bruised. That does mean it looks like this first Oracle may stay at home a little bit longer. But no, we are moving out. And we should be leading into another Nexus behind this. It should be leading into our natural, into our third. And there it is. Third base is on the way. Hero moving out with his Oracles. Going to be threatening a dive. Queens are in position. Spawn all quite ready. We get 1, we get 2, we get 3 drones here in the main base. Not too bad. We do sustain quite a bit of hull damage, but we're safe here in the corner of the map. We're going to be regenerating those shields. We will be building back up. Solar is just droning. We have our follow-up. It's going to be a Twilight Council and Forge. This is looking like a standard follow-up here out of Hero, going for +1 Blink. Could dip into Charge. That's another viable tech path here for Hero. But again, typically is Blink from this position. As the Oracle dips between the bases. So far, good position here by Solar. Doesn't lose any additional drones yet. But now we have 3 Oracles. We have triple Oracle. We can threaten multiple bases at once. Oh, Stage Trap goes off in the main. We do catch a couple of Queens, but the Oracle does go down at the same time. No Spore here at the third. No Spore, and we get 3 more drones. Ooh. Sustain a lot of damage on one of those Oracles and on the other as well. But 2 Oracles will escape. And we have our follow-up. It is, in fact, +1 on Blink Stalkers. We have 2 gates on the way, so it's going to be 4 gates in total. 4 gate Blink Stalker. That's a standard transition here on 3 bases. Keep an eye out for any kind of massive gateway explosion. That would be a tell of more aggression from Hero. And we have a couple of extra gates on the way. We have 2 more gateways, so it's going to be 6 gates in total here for Hero. Looks like he does want to be assertive here. Did I say 6 gates? That's a 7th gateway, soon to be an 8th gateway. So 8 gate +1 Blink Stalkers. Hero is going to be doubling down on Mass Blink Stalker. Basically, from here, he could have tried to tech up in towards a Robotics Bay, into like another Robo, into Colossus production if need be. But no, he's doubling down on a Gateway army instead. And again, that's a lot of gates. That's a lot of gateways, Bobby. I think that's 11. Jesus. Here we go. Blink Stalker is going to be amassing. We have the Robo behind this. I believe the Robo is mainly going to be for a Warp Prism, just so we can reinforce. Hero is soon going to hit the field with what he's known for, his signature unit, the Blink Stalker. I feel like he was known for the Blink Stalker for quite some time in years past, but I don't know, nowadays, when I think of Hero, when I think of aggression, I think of like Adept Oracle, not gonna lie, but even so, his Blink Stalker micro can be disgusting, can be insane. Let's see if he can flex it here. 4th base is on the way. Overseer going to be shut down. Blink about to finish up. Behind this, we're getting into additional upgrades for our Gateway army. We have Charge on the way as well, so we're committing to a Swarm Tail style. Stalkers are moving out. Ling Run By will force back some of them, but just delays the push, doesn't pick anything off. Hero, he does want to get across the map as quickly as possible. The efficiency here, he's lost 1 Adept and 1 Oracle. Nothing else. Revelations are thrown down. Tumor's going to be focused down as well. There are a handful of roaches here to defend. The queens are in position for a transfuse. Roaches are getting picked off. Big stasis trap here on the Lings. Massive stasis. So we are going to rotate around. Here comes that Prism to reinforce. Looking to reinforce with Zealots. Oh, the queens. The queens looking very exposed. We may be able to barely get one. As they do escape. Good bait on the stasis here from Solar. Only 2 Lings. Another stasis on the way. Once again, oh my god. Solar threatening there. That stasis trap, big Zealot warping here towards the south, dragging away the attention of Solar. And roaches are on the way. And we take advantage of that as Hero, he pushes in on the right-hand side, gets on some of the roaches. We can see Solar, he's taking up into Lurkers, by the way. Very greedy. Lurker tech on the way, and in the midst of this taking, we will focus on the hatchery. It's going to be a kill on the 4th base. A big pick off here. Hero pushing on even further, just pulling Solar apart once again. It's been the tale of this series. Another stasis. Does catch some of these roaches. Zealots from behind, and Solar, he's having such a hard time keeping up. We force another cancel on the base, and we're keeping the production. Hydras are on the way, but they're about to be caught. And we're focusing down the hatchery. Can we get it? Oh, it's going to be so close to Transfuse. Transfuse will barely keep it alive. Hydras are being camped. That hatchery is so low. If it wasn't for the Transfuse, it would be dead, 100%. Hydras are cancelled. Zealots are coming back in. He wants it. He's going to get it as well. The 4th and the 3rd base go down. And sure, Solar, he was able to rush into Lurker tech, but what else does he have? He doesn't have an economy for it. He has Hydras. He has a bank. He has 9 more Hydras on the way. But Lurkers are still a ways off. Lurker range. We rush into Hive. Again, Solar being very greedy here with his tech, and he was punished for it against this Mass Blink Stalker style. He was vulnerable up until he could get into those Lurkers, and I mean, now he has them. Can he slow the game down? Now, what's concerning here is that, yes, it's true. We now have some Lurkers, and we have spotted them. We have scouted. Hero is fully aware of the tech. He does see the Lurkers. Immediately, +1 air attack is on the way. We have built up an Immortal-based army. +1 air attack tells me that we are thinking about Sky Toss. If need be, we can take up into a Fleet Beacon, into carrier production. For now, though, I don't think the Lurker count is high enough to really warrant that. I feel like Hero with an Immortal-based army can break this. As I say that, 5 more Lurkers on the way. I believe that's 10 Lurkers in total. That's a pretty decent amount of Lurkers. But they're not done yet. Still need a couple more seconds. They just barely finish in time. Seismic Spines is done. Adaptive Talons on the way. Hive Lurker upgrades are finishing up. Hero going for a split push. Oh, once again, making sure there is no base here on the right-hand side. Well, at the same time, big warping into the main. We can't see it, but Zealots, they have gone into the main base. These Lurkers are exposed. 1, 2, 3 Lurkers go down. 4 Lurkers go down as well. We cut the Lurker count in half. The Zealot drop in the main base didn't achieve much damage, but it did distract Solar. Did pull apart his attention. Lurker is coming down from the high ground. 7 Lurkers left. Oh, that's a kill on the 4th base. The 4th base goes down. The Immortals are preserved. And that Zealot warping continues. The Prism was not dealt with. We're getting back into the main base. The Lurkers are exposed. There's nothing to support them. Lurkers on their own are so vulnerable. As you can see, they're being focused down one after the other, and Hero snowballing out of control, denying the base over and over again, never allowing Solar into a 4-base economy. He's down to 2 Lurkers. It's a massive warp in. GG gets called. Hero shuts Solar down. Solar, oh, the thumbs up. He's happy, Papi. GG. Solar, our most recent GSL champion, gets 4-0'd by Hero, the best Protoss in Korea, arguably the best Protoss in the world. GG. GG, well played. A dominant performance there from Hero against Solar, just having a really hard time keeping up with the multitasking of Hero. Left and right, he was pulled apart. Specifically this game, we did mention it, but Solar, he was being greedy. He was taking up very quickly and very heavily into Hive Tech, into Hydras, into Lurkers, in the midst of, remember, it wasn't just that Hero was pushing with some Stalkers. There were, I want to say 11, there were at least 10 gates behind it. Potentially 11 gateways behind it. He was going for mass blink stalker. He was applying a lot of pressure there, and that's the pressure that you have to respect. And Solar, he just wasn't able to get into it, get into those lurkers, survive long enough to really stabilize, to get away with all that tech, especially on Golden Aura. We spoke about it. Like, the rush distance by ground on Golden Aura is very short. Once you gain momentum, once you apply pressure, it doesn't take too long to just reinforce and to just snowball out of control as well. As we saw from Hero, you know, it doesn't take too long to waddle across the map and be in the face of your opponents. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we have our next match. We have Maru versus Dark. See you soon.
这款还配置了空调坐垫，夏天凉爽，冬天温暖，真的是跟空调一样精准控温。训练久了总觉得闷热，坐垫有3档风度调节，游戏再也不闷屁股了。现在天气转凉了，坐垫同样配置了3档加热功能，让身体一直保持温暖，游戏手感一直火热。训练之余刷刷手机休息一下，玩玩手游，6D 机械手臂可以自调节高度，手臂不会感觉累。同时扶手面很大，即使有大动作也不会落空。相信我，跟我一起选择奥风机械大师电竞椅，你也可以逆袭成为冠军。
打开微信，搜索公众号“星际老男孩 SC Boy”， 这里有每日的直播预告、重要的赛事报道、精彩的视频剪辑、有趣的主播八卦、定期的抽奖福利以及爆笑的节奏和评论。关注 SC Boy 官方公众号，365天每天更新，让你与20万猛男一起更便捷的享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐。不要告诉别人哟。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We're getting a very short break here as we are getting into our second series, our final series of the night. Only 2 best of 7s. And to be fair, it may not look like a lot of matches, but if we went all the way to the ace match, to game 7, then you'd be thinking otherwise. But yeah, so far we have had some short series here in Massive Coliseum. Quite some arguably one-sided series as well. Like this, that was a little bit one-sided there. Hero was definitely coming in form tonight. Solar was just on the back foot, and now we're getting into our TVZ, into Maru versus Dark. And if you are in the chat, predictions are open. For the next 2 minutes, place your bets on how you think this series will go. Predictions open. As I believe, is this a rematch? Let me just double check here. Dark and Maru. This is a rematch. This is a rematch. Maru and Dark did face off earlier in the group stage. This was last week in the group stage, and Maru was looking terrifying in the group stage. That was when Maru 2-0'd Serral, and he also 2-0'd Dark. Like, Maru was a beast, and is a beast, and is looking in form. Dark, can he get his revenge? As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have Maru for onside. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have Dark for Dark. Dark, of course, recently teamless, did recently leave Dragon KZ Gaming. Currently a free agent looking for a team. There are rumors that a new team has actually found him, and he is to be signed and to be representing a team in IM Katowice. These are merely rumors, though. We don't have any confirmation yet. We'll have to wait and find out if Dark does kind of flex and flaunt a new team for IM. Until then, though, We're getting into our openers here, and we have Maru going for the 2-Axe Reaper, going for a much more aggressive start on Oceanborn. 2-Axe Reaper, of course, to mass Reapers to get across the map, to contain the Zerg player, to delay that third base for as long as we can, and potentially get a bit of economic damage done as well. There is potential for Maru, as Dark going for a Hatch Gas Pull. Standard opener from our red Zerg player. Again, Dark, he's faced off against this opener many times here in the Korean scene, especially with Byun being a regular in a lot of these online tournaments. Dark is well versed. I'm sure Dark will be able to handle himself. And again, personally, I'm just hoping we get more of a back and forth here. We've had not just the 4-0 tonight, but we've had a lot of like one-sided series here. Like even in the playoffs, we've had, you know, Serral 3-0 Maru, we had Serral 4-0 Rainer, we had Maru 3-0 Cure, and again, even more 3-0s earlier. Like, the playoff bracket has been brutal. Even Dark, he 4-0'd MaxPax a couple of days ago. Like, MaxPax said he had no idea what hit him. It was an intense, fast series, and Dark just plowed his way through. It was crazy. His big, meaty arms. That's... As we are settling into this. Again, 2-Axe Reaper. Reapers are zooming across the map as we speak. Going to be getting eyes on Dark. Going to be applying some pressure. So far, Lings, they try to come in first round. They get some hits in. Do get a couple of hits in. Good movement here out of Dark. Queen's about to pop out as well. And so far, we haven't quite lost any Lings yet. No major losses. But Dark was forced to make 6 Lings, which is more of a standard here of Dark. Ooh, does sneak out that third, though. Maru, he's checking. Does check the triangle location, will confirm the third base though over on the left hand side, and with 3 Reapers he shouldn't be able to deny this. Yeah, we do see that there's just too much progression on that base. Dark being a little bit greedy, he's going to be able to get away with it. Queen takes a lot of damage, but Maru is forced out. Good target firing out of Dark, but the grenades! The KDA charge is knocking that Queen back. He wants it. Oh god, those Reapers getting so low. Again, good control from both sides. I would give the edge to Dark throughout all of this, just because Dark is able to get a much faster third than normal. So he will have a better economy overall here as Link Speed is finishing up. Behind this, we do have a third CC before Starport. We have Adamsov. There should be Cyclones as the follow-up. No, sorry, Hellions as the follow-up. Mara has been quite fond of incorporating a couple of Cyclones into Hellions. This time, purely Hellions from our Terran play. Link Speed kicks in. Up, do we get us around? KDA charges do knock the do knock the Lings away. We do get one of those Reapers. Only one. Behind this, Dark throws down a Roach Warren, I believe so far unscouted as the Reapers were forced back. And they do float up into the air to be born once again. It's beautiful. Roach Warren was hidden behind the main base. I'm curious if we want to commit. I'm curious if we're going to be doubling down here on Roach production. Dark going to be cutting workers here at 39. Does make 2 more Overlords, and there it is. Roaches are amassing. So far, this tech is hidden. So far, Maru has no idea what the hell is coming his way. And what's coming his way? A lot of Roaches, man. Let's go. Lings, I love that they're being proactive here. Again, just keeping the Hellions busy. Keeping them away from scouting or from the main bases here of Dark. Here we go, Roaches. So far, they're hidden. I believe the Hellions did not get close enough. They have barely got a glimpse of those Roaches. Do have Liberators on the way. Stim in production as well. Ooh, Stim is looking very exposed. Uh-oh. Double E-base being thrown down. Hellions trying to keep up with the Lings. We do shave off quite a lot of them. Lings are roasted, and we are all in. Like Dark, he is still amassing nothing but Ling, Roach, Ravager. This production in general is so exposed here for Maru. Everything is on the low ground. Uh-oh. Everything is on the low ground, and Dark, he's pulling the trigger. He's going across the map. Stim, almost done. It's so close. So close to finishing. That's a lot of Roach Ravager. And can we deny it? Can we get on top of it in time? Oh, we can. We can, as Stim will be denied, will burn down. We get on top of the production. Reactor going to be shut down as well. Liberator just get into the main. Hellions are racing back home as well. But Maru, he is in a lot of trouble here. As the Roach Ravager takes control of the production. Ling spotting on forward. Hellions being zoned away. They're trading well against the Lings, to be fair. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. Files being rained down on the army, but we do dodge. for the most part, what the piles are dodged, forced the kite back as well. 7 drones went down across the map to the Liberator. The piles, oh my god, connecting with the Marines. And we killed 19 SCVs. This is already paid for itself. God, that Lib's still going ham though. Shutting down any mining in the main base. As Darky reinforces with a massive wave of wings. We have a tank all the way on the high ground, but we lose control of the low ground. There is no wall either, not yet. And once again, the boys are being pulled. We can't afford to lose any more here as 5 more workers go down. That's 24 SCVs in total. We're down to 22. Now we do have 3 CC. We can mule. True. Mule's pappy. But even so, we're just contained to 1 base. And Dark from here can drone up. It looks like he has lost his queens, though. This one Lib, the MVP for Maru, denying any mining at the natural, 0 mining at the 3rd. But does Dark care? As he's trying to force his way up into the main. Liberator finally goes down. But that Lib killed so many workers. I want to say killed 10 workers in total. And all those queens. Yeah, 10 workers and 3 queens. Ay, ay, ay. So Darky's not as far ahead as the otherwise should be. So we do see Mara try to take control of the low ground. It does force back the army. Will take a base. And can Maru bounce back? Now the problem here is that Maru doesn't have any upgrades. Remember, he lost control of his production. He lost Stim. Stim just now restarting. Ravager, they push on forward. He wants to try to pile down those tanks if possible. Goes to the starport. Oh my god. The starport does catch fire. Tanks will be sieging. Ooh, big volley off on that Ravager. No shot Stim! No, can he get it again? He will. The piles! Stim is denied for a 2nd time. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. And even though Dark did sustain a lot of damage back at home, it's going to take so long for Maru to really hit the field and be active. He needs to, though. It's going to be so brutal pushing without Stim. Aspire on the way. A good way to take control of the map and once again just keep and contain Maru. Keep him back home. So Maru is stuck here. Now, thanks to the tanks, we have survived. We have, like, forced back the army and we've taken control of the natural once again. That is true. Stim is restarted. Again, Dark just saturating his bases. He's got double the worker count. The mules, though. We are muling our hearts out here. Now, once Stim eventually kicks in, then Maru, he can do the field with drop play. He can be active. You can see here he's actually faking out a drop, trying to keep Dark busy. With an empty medevac. Oh, clutch scan, though. We do get eyes on the Spire. And just because Maru is aware of the Spire, though, will that really help? I mean, he can throw down some turrets. That's going to be a lot of resources, though. Doesn't necessarily have. 3rd base is being taken. Maru, can we stabilize? We're getting back. We're catching back up. Slowly. We're slowly catching back up. +1 attack is done. 1-1 is done. Sorry, 2-2 soon to be on the way. Marines that hit the field. Stim is about to finish. He should just build Cyclones. True. Colossi knows. He knows, man. Muta going to be slipping in. Turret just now starts, and we are going to chip away at this. There's only 1 Muta, though. Literally 1 Muta. So, again, Dark, he knows he got scouted. He knows that the Spire was seen, so he only made a single Muta, and if he had made more, he would have found some damage, to be honest. Maru, woefully underprepared for Mutas in his bases outside of his 3rd. His 3rd had a turret. Tank line is set up. Dark getting ready to push in. Miles going to be connecting. 1 tank goes down. We get a tank with snowballing out of control. Boys are being pulled, but there's just barely anything to protect these tanks. They're so vulnerable, so exposed. 2nd tank falls. The 3rd tank as well. There's 2 tanks remaining. We do trade well against the Rich Ravager. Ooh, as we get 1 more tank. alongside 12 SCVs, and Dark, he can rebuild. Maru, it's gonna take quite some time to build up that tank count again. So we have a 2-2 on the way. Here we go. This time, looks like Dark realized, hold up, you haven't respected my Spire. Let's make you respect it. As we double down, we make a flock of mutas. Still no turret in the main base. And we are looking to wreak havoc. Combat shield's about to finish up. SCVs are going to be going down. Oof. It's going to be 4 or 5 dead workers. Okay, the production. Pick off some of these add-ons. Get some more SCVs. We go for the tank. Won't quite get it. 7 workers in total. We do bleed out a couple of mutas. But we keep Maru back at home, and Dark, he's maxed out once again for a second time. Looking to push in, and this time there's only 1 tank on the low ground as opposed to the 5 that we had earlier. That was the only reason why we were able to hold on. There's 1 tank siege, the other tank forced back, and Wiles will connect. Will connect here. Again, Maru trading quite well, stimming on top of the Ravagers, but the mutas are coming from behind. The final tank falls. Maru, he's forcing this army back. Oh my god, but he lost 17 SCVs. Despite how efficiently he's trading. And he is trading efficiently. Like, impressive fight here from Maru. 2-2 don't play. Yeah, the Medevac's going ham on these Marines as well. The starter stepping from Dark, and there's just so much that Maru can achieve with only micro. At a certain point, the economy, the production, that all comes into play as well. And it's just something that he doesn't have. Again, trading well, though. So there it is. GG gets called. The writing is on the wall. And Dark will take game number 1. GG. Again, a very chaotic game there. Very aggressive. Dark, after swatting away the initial Reapers, after getting into a faster third base, if you remember, he did throw down a very fast Roach Warren. A Roach Warren that was hidden behind the main base mineral line. It was not scouted. As a result, we went for a big Roach Ravager Ling all in, and Maru was woefully underprepared. He did not see it coming ahead of time. It wasn't just that he didn't see it coming, it was also just very unfortunate that all of his production was on the low ground. He had the Raxes, the factory, the starport as well. Everything was on the low ground. Everything was at the natural, and as a result, when we broke the natural, the production was compromised, and Maru was that much more vulnerable as well. Everything went south very quickly, and Dark able to take that first game. Able to take that first game here. Take a lead in this best of 7, but it's a best of 7. We can have it back and forth, and in the top right-hand corner, we have Maru for Equilibrium. For onside. In the top left of Equilibrium, we have Dark, representing himself. Currently teamless, currently looking for a team. Maybe found a team. Again, keep your eye out on Team Liquid, on social medias for any kind of announcements in the coming weeks. As we do have Maru coming in with an SCV. Zooming across the map quite quickly here. Where are we going, Poppy? Checking the goal base. Moving past. And the singular SCV. Interesting. So we are committed to a proxy Rax. So that was just me just squinting and zooming in on the minimap. Like, yeah, there's no other SCVs moving out, so interesting proxy here from Maru. Curious how he pieces this all together. And how committed he does become. Now again, I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't end up vetoing this map. Instead we had other prioritizations. So Equilibrium, typically a Zerg favored map in the map pool. It's a very large map, very wide open in the center, a lot of bases to be taken, and of course the goal base is a big factor as well. A base that is at times difficult to punish, especially early on. So interesting that Maru does opt to go for a proxy Reaper. Yeah, with that, Rax is done and Reapers are on the way. It's only going to be a singular Rax, so not the most committed proxy. From here, Maru is going to be transitioning back at home. SCV comes in, we're going for a bunker, but we get scout. Oh my god. Dark having the foresight to scout. He does get eyes on the bunker, is going to be able to delay the bunker overall. but he hasn't quite pieced together how committed this is. But again, like, this bunker so early, it was only one SCV. Yeah, really interesting build here out of Maru. It's very, like, TVP-esque. I would usually see this in a TVP. And bunker is going to be delayed. Is going to be denied. We force a cancel. Reaper does arrive. And we'll see if we can get any drone kills here. These drones, they do take a lot of hits. Ooh, clutch Spore. Spore is morphed in. Lings have arrived. Oh my god. Reaper does manage to slip away, and we have our follow-up. It's going to be the CC on the low ground, followed by a factory here. So we're not going for a 2-1-1 variation or anything like that. The question becomes, what comes after the factory? And with that Rax up in the air, with that Rax floating back home, it's going to be a third CC before Starport. Do we invest into something like a second factory, for example? Are we willing to invest into something other than Bio? Maru did attempt mech against several the other day in Masters Coliseum. Didn't work, but he did try it. Let's see what we have in store for us here on Equilibrium. Where are we headed? Reaper dips into the main. Pretty important scout as we get behind the mineral line. Just like the previous game, we saw that Maru wasn't able to confirm the tech, so he dives into the main base. He confirms no hidden tech behind the mineral line. He also confirms no additional gases, and then we haven't pulled it into gas or into that main gas geyser either. So a big scout, Maru, he confirms there's no roach rush, which I'm sure is going to be something that Maru is very apt and adept at throughout this entire series, scouting for roaches. I mean, it's dark. It is wise to do so. Behind this, of course, we do have our tech lab on the way here. Going for an add-on sub, going for Cloak Banshees. Okay, so it's going to be a Cloak, or it's going to be a 3cc into Cloak Banshee opener. Pretty standard, pretty economic so far. Nothing too crazy. I'm looking at that SCV to see what the next production building gets back. There it is. A second factory has been thrown down. There's a reason why the Rax was just, of course, floating on over, was doing nothing. No Marines, because we are going into Hellions. And I wonder, did Maru glance over at the chat? Did he see Colossal Gulp talk about the Cyclone? Because, Papi, we're going to be seeing some Cyclones. He's doing it. Oh my god. He knows how to win games. Kappa. For now, though, it's going to be Hellion Banshee. We are committing to Banshees, committing to Hellions here. Moving out across the map, gaining map control. Second factory is still getting up and running before we invest into any kind of add-ons. There we go. Third factory on the way. Triple factory production. Show us the mech. There it is. Hurricane thrusters on the way. We didn't start with Cyclones, but that's where we're headed. Let's go. Now again, Dark should have an inkling of this. The fact that the first Rax was proxied and was floating for so long is a bit of a tell, but he doesn't have confirmation, not yet. Hellions have revealed themselves, but this is only 6 Hellions. This isn't a big tell either. Like, this is standard here, even in bioplay, to open up with 6 Hellions. So there's still no major red flag. There's no major sign to tell Dark as to what's going on. Not yet. Now, the lair is about to finish up. When the lair does finish, Dark should be going for an Overseer Scout. Very important here to go for that Overseer, to get into the main base, to get a read on what's happening. We have Hurricane Thrusters on the way. Blue Flame is being researched as well. As Maru does get across the map with his Banshees. We have 2 Banshees so far. We have a 3rd Banshee on the way. Queens are in position at the 3rd. 1, 2 drones go down. 3 workers even. Very nice pickoffs. Very nice pickoffs here from Maru. Wreaking havoc. Behind this, we have 1-1 on the way. We're rushing into an infestation, but this is to get into Fast Hive. Ooh, Ling Bane into Hive Tech, into potentially Ultras. It's okay, but again, not ideal here against Mech. As it is quite fragile, it takes quite a bit to get into Ultras, assuming that's the direction we want to take this in. Could try to go Ling Bane Hydra instead. For now, Cyclones have been revealed. Now we know. Now we are aware of the Mass Cyclone. We are aware of the mech instantly. Roach Warren gets thrown down. You can see the Dark. Oh, he had no idea. Forces to cancel. Goes for the Hydrogen instead. A little bit indecisive there by Dark. I do like Hydras a little bit more here in this position, just because he does see the third Banshee. Should be aware that we are committed into additional Banshee production. Go the army pushing on forward and denying a lot of creep. The lock-ons are thrown down. You go to top of the queens. So far, quad transfuse. But queens are now going down. We get 2, we get 3. And 3 queens fall. We get a 4th queen, a 5th queen. We're snowballing out of control. 5 queens fall. There's 3 queens left. Lings, they try to collapse on the army. And they bring down some of the Hellions. The Cyclones, though. Yeah, they're getting on top of the Baileys. Good splits here from Maru. Cleans up the Ling Bane, pushes towards the bases. We have an Infestor, but where's the support? What do we have to follow up that Fungal? As Maru, he's breaking through. Fungal does connect. But again, there's barely any Lings. Barely any Lings here as we do barely kite away. Banshee's wreaking havoc here towards the south. There's no Spore. No Spore, no Queens. Again, most Queens went down and so much economic damage is being done. We're trickling with Lings. It's not going to be enough. And GG gets called. Maru will break Dark and will tie up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played again. Dark had no idea that Mech was on the horizon until it was already in his face. He was getting ready for Bio. That's why he had Ling Bane. That's why he had Baneling Speed finishing up. That's why he had the Infestation Pit. That's why he was working towards Hive Tech. He just had no idea what was happening until it was too late. And by that point, again, just pure Ling Bane with Queens, it's not good enough. It is not good enough. We saw how well the army of Maru traded. We saw how Dark just could not hold the line against the mass Hellion Cyclone. GG. GG, well played. We have a back and forth. We have a series. We have broken the curse, and we will not get a 4-0. Not this time. Not this time. Let's go. And with that, I also wanted to quickly have a look at the vetoes as well. Oh, Hecate was vetoed. Okay, as we do load in, and in the top left-hand corner, we have Maru for onside. And in the bottom right, we have Dark. Here we go. Dark, of course, very fond of gasless openers on this map, and you can see Dark going for a 15-15. Now, to wind it back, if you were here in the last season, if you remember Neo Humanity, very similar features to this map, where Neo Humanity was quite defendable, didn't have a ramp leading into the natural, that's true, but the natural was very narrow. Very narrow. Similar here with Golden Aura. We have seen Dark time and time again open gasless here on Golden Aura. But now it is going to be a 15-15. We'll see if we do delay the gas even further and take a faster third base. We'll see how greedy Dark is going to be here. How many corners will we cut? So a very different opener here from Dark. Greedy as he's been so far in this series. Meanwhile, Maru throwing down his racks back at home. If Terran has to win after all, let it be Maru and Mech. You're an animal. Oh no. What have we done to Maru? He's playing Mech, Papi. Not like this. You were the chosen one. You weren't meant to embrace the Cyclowns. Not like this. Smooch. Oh. But we'll see how this does progress. It looks like it's just going to be a standard 15-15 from Dark. He's not going for a faster third, but regardless, bit of a cheekier opener here from Dark, as he's going to be able to delay his gases, get faster queens, and drone a little bit harder as well. The goal here for Dark is to skip Lings, is to just skip Lings entirely, defend with only queens. I think it's a standard opener. He should be able to pull this off. Should be able to pull this off. As behind this, we do have Maru just getting to his rack expand, followed by the factory. Not getting into any kind of faster second racks. And we should be getting to a third CC behind this as well. Maru has shown us that he's willing to 2-base all in this matchup. But, and Goldenrod wouldn't be the worst map for it, but I can't imagine he's going to be 2-basing all in Dark of all players. There it is. Third TC is in production there for Maru. Before Starport's a very economic opener from our Terran player. Very economic. We'll see how we follow this up. If we do go into a delayed Starport into another rack, or if we just commit to Banshee production again. As we saw in the previous game, just because it's 3cc doesn't mean it has to be bio. Could be mech again for a second time. Which again does have its own strengths here on Goldenrod, just because of the short rush distance. We shall see. BRB changing pants. Oh no. Not like this. They're all animals. As Hellions are amassing. Again, 3-base setup here from Dark is just happily droning up, and as we mentioned, did delay his link speed, did delay link production, is only defending with queens for the time being. Just trying to cut some corners here. We'll see if Maru does end up going for a dive. Meanwhile, interesting, we're going for a Viking first. Viking first here from Maru, which means we are not going into Banshees. We're also not quite set up for an add-on swap either. Looks like instead we have Stim, Viking into, I imagine, Liberators. Meanwhile, Dark going for a very safe opener, going for a faster Baneling Nest. I'm curious though. I believe that Baneling Nest, okay, it's a part of the wall. But it is going for a Baneling Nest first. Very safe way to play. This will keep you safe against something like a Hellbat push. But I'm curious if Dark wants to try to make greater use of it. Lair now on the way. Again, very interesting. A safer way to open up would have been a Lair first. Lair first, then into the Baneling Nest. But, I mean, I say safer, like a more standard way to open up. But just very safe here from Dark. So Dark respecting his opponent quite a lot. So we're making 5 safety Banelings as well. Oh my god. Dark, he's terrified. Okay. Dark, a little bit paranoid as to what Maru's up to. As you just mentioned, like, morphing in these Banelings typically is only done if you believe that you're being hit by something like a Hellbat push. So that's not really the case here. Maru, he's just poking and prodding, and Dark is spending quite a bit of resources here in defenses that aren't quite necessary. I'm assuming aren't quite necessary, but we'll see. As Hellions continue to threaten these bases, we have the Liberator threatening a dive into the main. There we go, Liberator is queued up. Now these Banelings, they can help defend against the Hellions if the Hellions dive in. If the Hellions commit to a dive, then we can punish them with the Banelings. And now the Liberator tries to get into the main base. Spores are keeping up. Good things, they try to get a collapse on these Hellions. Not quite able to, they do slip away. As we're getting into 1-1 behind this. Lair is now done. We can get into Baneling speed. Likewise, Maru just getting into his own rack setup here. Racks are finishing up. 1-1 on the way. We're getting into bite. We are easing on into the mid game. Oh, let's go. For the first time, Bobby. For the first time in this series. They say that big scan, Hellions a push on 4. They deny quite a bit of creep here. They do push in between the bases. Behind this, we're rushing into a very fast infestation bit. Very greedy here out of Dark off of 3 bases. Now, we saw this attempted on Equilibrium, if you remember. This should be for Lingbane into Ultra Tech. That's typically kind of the direction that this takes, and something that Dark does enjoy doing is Lingbane into Ultra. It can be risky. The downside here is that we do lack some anti-air. We rely on Queens to deal with drop play. And again, we are lacking an army at the moment, trying to be as defensive as possible, trying to hold on. At the same time, Dark ready for a counterattack. Banelings are finishing up. Baneling speed about to finish as well in 10 seconds. We'll see if we can try to bust into that mineral line. Dark catching the army in the center of the map. Banelings will be rolling on in. Would you pull the boys? Boys are pulled away just in time. We do force a cancel on the CC. And the Banelings, they crash into the mineral line. And do we get in? We barely do not. One big connection, but one Baneling is not good enough. And Maru will hold. Good defense here from Maru. There was quite a bit of chaos ensuing, but he does hold the line. Doesn't lose any ACVs. Look how low they are, though. Oh my god. It was a big, juicy connection in that mineral line. But again, wasn't good enough. Threw it away. Oh. No, we couldn't. Mine shot finally going to be going up here on these Lings. As you can see, again, Dark, he threw away a lot of supply trying to harass that third, and didn't really quite pay off. And now Maru, he's taking the lead here. He's taking the lead in terms of supply. Infestors are on the way. That will help. That will help here against the Bio Army. 5 Infestors in production. Can we hold on though? Can we survive this? As Dark is still recovering and he has fallen behind in the economy due to his investment into Lingbane, due to his lack of return. Oh. Here we go. Double drop still threatening the main base. We do have the main army pushing towards the left-hand side. Towards that fourth. As the Widowmines are going to be slowly borrowing on board. How good are the... Oh my god, the Fuggles! Massive connections. The friendly fire as well! Oh my god, and we clean up every single one of those Marines. It was a costly trade. We did lose an Infestor as well. But a good cleanup nonetheless. We forced back the tank. That was a good fight for Dark. We're going to need another. Still in a rough place. Ooh, we do manage to land a fungal, but there's no anti-air. Drops, they will manage to get away. At the same time, well, there's no detection. The Widowmines, they reset. They do reset here. Detection still on the way. Maru trying to fortify this position. Lings, they come in for a dive. They come in for a sound. Big mine shot's going to be going off for the Lings. Looks like Dark, yeah, he's being forced back here. Will clean up part of this army. Does come with detection. At the same time, though, a drop on the right-hand side. Does avoid the Fungals. Hydra Den is on the way. We're getting ready for Lingbane Hydra. Once again, the Widowmines are about to reset. Looks like we'll barely collapse on one of them. Not quite the other. Oof. As Lingbane rolls on in. Not bad when it comes to connections for Dark. Does clean up a decent chunk of the bio, but you can see that Maru, his economy is insane behind this. He's on 83 workers. His economy on fire. And he's just building up his Marine Marauder, working towards ghosts. And Dark needs a miracle. Like, he needs more fights like what we just saw, where we can land some big fungals, some big connections. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Dark can come back in this game, but he is behind. He is on the back foot here, and Maru, he is rocking up here across the map with a massive army. Big mine shot! Oh my god! Massive mine shot on those Lings. We have a bit of Lingbane left over. Additional mine connections here on the Lingbane as well. We're running out of Bailings. We're running out of steam. We're running out of money. Maru, he can keep pushing. Again, the Fungals are slowing him down. Oh, we need more than just a Fungal. As the Lings, they trickle on in. We run out of steam. GG here as Maru is going to be taking a lead in this best of 7. 2-1. GG. GG, well played again. Things were pretty back and forth overall. Things were pretty close, but things very quickly swung in favor of Maru, as we mentioned, when Dark did counterattack. He threw away a lot of Lingbane, attempting to try to cripple the economy of Maru, and again, he didn't really touch the economy of Maru. We threw away so much supply, and for what? For lost mining time, really. That's really it. Maru, he was able to trade efficiently, was able to clean that army up, gain momentum, gain a supply lead, and just keep the aggression, the pressure on Dark from that moment. GG. Very well done. Very well done there by Maru. Does take a 2-1 lead. Needs 2 more games to take the series here, as we're going to be loading in to Hardlead. Hardlead is coming up next. But something that I was mentioning before was the bans. The bans are interesting to me. Hecate, a more defendable map, and we can get into that as we do load in. And in the bottom right hand corner, we have Maru for onside. And in the top left, we have his opponent, we have Dark, representing himself. Currently teamless here, but yeah, interesting that Hecate was vetoed. I can understand the rationale. Hecate, again, is very defendable, and in my in my understanding, I would imagine that Dark wants to avoid that kind of situation with the Terran player just turtling up and just really cutting the map in half and slowing the game down in such a manner. To be fair, there are other maps that are also known for that. Maps like Alcyone, for example. But the difference is that the rush distance by ground is shorter on Hecate, so if a fight goes the Terran way, then they can very quickly snowball into a win. On a map like Alcyone, you have more time to remax and rebuild and breathe. So we have gotten rid of Hecate alongside Royal Blood, which makes plenty of sense. Because it's not going to happen. Not gonna happen. As here we go. We're going to be easing into game number 4 here. This is going to be a hatch gas pool opener out of Dark. Maru going for a Rax Expand standard opener here from Maru. Let's go. Yeah, as Ash was saying, just catching some people up here on some of these previous games. Remember as well, we didn't just snipe Stim on the low, we sniped it on the high ground as well. Like, Stim was not safe. But yeah, Dark, he gained a lot of momentum when it came to his all-in. Like, it was brutal. It was brutal. It was brutal. But now, of course, we're getting into our next game, and so far Maru is the one with momentum. He does have momentum in this series. Ooh, does have control. Reaper moves out. Barely does miss that drone. Won't be able to lay the third base. Behind this, getting to our factory. Getting into our follow-up here. The dance has begun. And up! Ooh, we get a drone! Uh-oh. One worker goes down. A good pick-off already here from Maru. Very good start here. More than he has achieved so far in this series. Behind this, going for a third CC before Starport, so very economic follow-up as well. Isn't it weird how infantry is faster than mech in this game? Why did Terrans even invent the wheel? In my mind, like, would the Terran army be more efficient if their tanks were kind of like the Flintstones, and like the Marines, the drivers inside would like stim and like push it from the inside? would the tank move faster? That'd be amazing. Oh my god. Aye aye aye. As the Overlord comes into the main base, does dip in, gets eyes on the starport, I believe gets eyes on the third CC, so we're fully aware of the economic opener, we're fully aware of the follow-up. Roach Warren is going to be thrown down by Dark behind the natural base. Again, Dark, he's known for his Roach play. It's kind of his bread and butter, and has been struggling without his Roach, so now we're just getting back into it. Now, with that hidden Roach Warren, I'm curious how hard we're going to be committing here, and how many Roaches we make. Do we only invest into 9 and then back off, or do we invest into 9 and reinforce with additional lings and commit? For now, we can see the Dark is droning though. He is droning. He's saturating up to 38 workers. Sorry, 39. As behind this, once again, it is not going to be 3cc Banshee, it's going to be 3cc into Viking, into Liberator instead. There are those 9 Roaches that we did mention, and again, I was curious if we were just going to be making these 9 Roaches and then droning, or if you make Lings alongside them. 2 more Overlords on the way. Oh, we are committed. Very reminiscent here of the map on Oceanborn, of the game on Oceanborn, where Dark is pushing with Roaches and reinforcing with Mass Ling. Oh boy. Now, there was a lot of reasons as to why this was more successful on Oceanborn. Can we replicate that success here on Hardlead? Now, the rush distance by ground on Hardlead is shorter. It is shorter on this map, so all-ins do hit that much harder here on this map. So far, we do have no scouting so far. Maru, he's unaware of the all-in that has avoided his army. Has avoided his Lings, sorry, his Hellions, has avoided his Banshees, his Liberators even. Bunkers are on the way. We now realize what's going on. Bunkers are in production. The Hellions, they do run into the Roaches. Good body blocking there. Hellions are getting shut down. They do manage to barely slip on by. Boys are being pulled. Lings have arrived. And workers are falling. This time, though, Liberator is back at home to defend. We do deny some of those Ravagers. Very nice positioning there with the Liberator. Very nice canceling from Dark as he busts on forward. Bunkers are barely finishing, but there are no repairs, and bunkers are going down. And they're going down one after the other. Biles! Oh, the Bile misses! No shot. One of the Biles does barely miss. Bunkers are finishing. Ravagers are being focused down. Can we hold? It's still so close, but it looks like Liberator is finally going to be going down. It finally will fall. So will the bunkers. We have 4 Ravagers left. We break through. Tank gets up and running on the high ground. But we kill 21 SCVs. Oh, we bile down the tank as well. GG gets called as Dark breaks on through and ties us up once again, 2-2. GG. Oh my god. It's a slugfest, papi. We are going back and forth here. Maru asking for a small break. Maybe hopping on over off of cams to not give his puppy a hug. Maybe give Bjorn a hug. Bjorn has been in the background before. I wonder if he's there for moral support. GG's. Again, this was a very similar all-in from Dark as we saw in Oceanborn. As you did mention, does hit a little bit harder, a little bit faster on Hecate. And again, really good positioning out of Dark. One, to be able to avoid the scouting of Maru, and also to body block the Hellions, focus down so many of them. And the Biles was so on point as well. Despite the Liberator being defensive back at home, it was still biled down. The bunker still fell as well, and Dark was able to break the defenses. GG. GG, well played. And again, like a big part of this as well is just Maru. It took him a little bit too long to recognize what was happening. Again, the bunkers had barely started by the time that Dark had arrived, and likewise, the Hellions were caught out. Were out on the map. And with that, GG. We are going to be easing our way into our next game, though, to determine who takes a lead in this series, who gains some momentum here on Site Delta. Flintstone tanks. Give a warning. Oh no. I like the idea, Puppy. I like it. Zero space. Take note. Cool. Here we go. Dark piles all over me. Oh, you're an animal. I like how I don't know if it's always been like this, but Coliseum, Papi, you're all over all the players tonight. In the bottom right hand corner, we have Maru for onside. In the top left, we have Dark for himself. Our teamless Zerg player, as he did mention, to determine who takes the lead in this series. We're tied up 2-2 right now. It looks like we are going for a 2 Rax Reaper opener. Let's go. Let us go. Maru's wrist taped up. Yeah, he has had that for a couple of weeks now. We noticed it in WTL as well. Did notice it in WTL. It's a tattoo. Are you sure? I don't think it is. I'm gonna need some confirmation on that. Oh. As we are getting into our openers here, Rax on the low ground. I assumed it was gonna be a 2 Rax Reaper opener, and there we go. The next SCV is headed on over. Oh, never mind. Yeah. I've got my eyes on the mirror. I was like, did I see a worker come on over? I didn't, Bobby. Okay, interesting. So this is going to be the special build instead. I mean, I guess they're all special builds in a way. It's going to be a Rax with a factory on the low ground, followed or after the CC, I should say, with the factory on the low ground. This is a build that Special did popularize. Fun fact, the 2 Rax Reaper was originated by Special as well. Special has been the player to kind of be a little bit more exploratory, and players like Bjorn and Maru to kind of take that and turn that into their own. So again, this is just a way to wall off quite quickly here on the low ground to get into our tech. This is also typically followed by Cyclones initially, so I'm curious if that's going to be the case here for Maru as well. So again, he does fan out his Marines. So quite a different opener here from our Terran player. Meanwhile, back at home, Hatchgas pull out a Dark. Standard opener. Into his third base. Now, what's interesting here is the Overlord. I don't know if you noticed there, but Maru, he was looking for the Overlord, trying to get a read on it. Usually when you add-on swap here, the lifted racks can actually give you a vision of the pillar, and you can kill the Overlord if that's where it is. But we can see that Dark actually sends his Overlord towards the main instead. It's a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, it's safe. On the other hand, he doesn't really know what the opener is. But he soon will, as the Lings are about to arrive. They do get eyes on the wall. Ooh, and we are opening up double Hellion and the starport in the main. Now, as you can imagine, because the starport is in the main base, there's no add-on swap, and there's not going to be really any kind of Banshee potential here. But it is a 1-1-1. Bear that in mind. Quite an aggressive opener here out of Maru. Where are you taking us, Bobby? Where are we going? We have seen Maru whip out Hellbat variations relatively recently as well. I could be thinking of Clem though. Regardless, we have seen Hellbat builds. There it is. We have seen Hellbat builds kind of rise in popularity over the past couple of weeks. And there it is. Armory is on the way. It is going to be a Hellbat push out of Maru. Back at home, Dark reading this quite well here as we get a bit of latency. But that's a Roach Warren on the way. Uh-oh. Roach Warren is already in production, and that is a way to shut down a Hellbat push if I've ever seen one. Oh boy. Hellions, they did dip in. I don't think they got up the ramp. I don't believe the Roach Warren has been scouted. But here we go. Hellions are amassing. We're going to have a Liberator to support. We have options. We can either have the Liberator with the main army or head into the main base. As Roaches are... Yeah, they're already amassing. Roach is already on the way. Maybe 5 Marine drop it moving out across the map. And things are about to get rowdy. If Maru loses too much here, he will trigger a counterattack. Hellbats are morphed in. We do get eyes on the Roach Warren. The concave is real. Roaches are filing on out. Yeah, good focus firing. The medevac falls instantly. Oh my god. The Queens are looking quite exposed. Good stutter stepping here from Maru. He gets into the mineral line. He goes straight for the drones. Goes straight for the workers. He gets 3, but he will only get 3. And we shut down the army. We shut down the push. We have a bunker on the way back at home. We're getting into Banshee production to help survive. And here comes the counterattack. Now, we are not... Do we... Production. Do we need that? I don't think we needed a reaction shot. We are going for a big counterattack. Now, what's important is that Dark isn't making Lings behind this. Like, there's a world where maybe he makes Ravagers and he goes for a big all-in counterattack and he busts into the natural. But no, Dark is droning. Does arrive with his Roaches. Hellions are going in for a counterattack. Can we deny Stim? Yeah, no Ravagers, but that depot is under fire. It's going to be going down. The Hellions, they go for the dive. They dive into the middle line. Good reaction here out of Dark. He does pull away the workers, but some of them do get roasted. 5 drones go down. 5, 6, 8 workers. Oh my god. The drones did line up. 8 workers fall, but the Roaches, they get into the middle line, and the bunker does not protect it. We avoid the natural. We dive into the main base. We could deny Cloak. We will deny Cloak. Big pick up here by Dark. Cloak is going to get shut down. Roaches, they split off. We got 3 Roaches in the main. We got 2 Roaches here in the natural. SCVs are going down. Remember as well, Maru did open up 1-1-1. His 3rd CC was delayed, so unlike some of these other games, doesn't have the best economy to fall back on. Oh, as we are still just pulling Maru apart. The control here, the attention to detail with a lot of these Roaches. We even have a drone here. Wanted to be a part of this. 18 SCVs go down. Dark is finally forced back behind this, going into gases, going into Aspire. And the drone, it lives. Get out of here. He wanted to be a Roach. As the drone does fall back. And sure, the Banshees will have map control. They will be able to force back the army, threaten the mineral lines. Remember, there is no Cloak as it was denied. But that's what the Banshees are. Sorry, that's what the Mutas are for. The Mutas, they're on the way to shut down these Banshees and to take map control away from Maru. Oh god, we do force a cancel, not bad. As the Banshees do arrive, we do force a cancel on that hatchery. Not too bad. Battery was cancelled. But again, the Spire was not scattered. That's what I'm concerned about. We weren't able to get eyes on the tech, on the Spire. Mutas are on the way. They will soon reveal themselves to the Banshees, I imagine. That will force a reaction. As back at home, Maru, he's trying to drone on up. Building as many SCVs as he can. Now again, does Dark avoid the Banshees, or does he go for them? He's avoiding. Oh my, let's go. He is avoiding the Banshees. Again, he's more concerned with the surprise factor of killing SCVs, going the long way around, going for the mineral lines. The drop does barely miss the mutas as well. Stim is done. But we are soon to get a bunch of SCVs here as we do dive into the mineral line, into the natural base. SCVs are going to be going down. A quick reaction there out of Maru. Does throw down those turrets. Oh, it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6 SCVs and counting here in the main. Oh my god, this is becoming far too much here. We get a mineral line, 12, 13 SCVs go down at the same time. Here comes the double drop. Dark, not ready for this. 6 drones go down and a queen. Maru is doing some counter damage across the map. He is trying to hold on here. Oh, the tank. The medevac goes down. The tank as well. Big pickups here by Dark. And he does hold back at home. And here come the mutas. They're looking to shut down these medevacs. Shut down these drops. Yeah, they come in to disrupt. Full medevac goes down. Oh my god. 2 medevacs do fall. Dark, he maintains map control. He's soon to max out as well. And Maru has 1 less tank to defend. He lost his medevac as well, so he can't sustain himself. His army is heavily overstimmed. And the mutas, they're not done. They got another SCV. Do get another SCV here. It's Dark. He's amassing an army. He's looking to push out across the map once again, knocking down these rocks. 2-2 on the horizon. Mutas, they do dip in. They get another read on the army positioning here. Tank forced on siege. Oh, that's going to make this position that much more vulnerable. And we catch the tank. The tank is caught on siege. 3 tanks in total. 1 of them goes down. We're down to 2. GG gets called. There is no holding this. And Dark takes a lead in this series. GG. GG, well played. Maru opening up with a Hellbat push, and it did fall on its face. As Dark, Dark didn't even scout, by the way. I don't know if he really recognized what Maru was doing. Just happened to open up roaches regardless. Was so well set up for the eventual push for the Hellbats. He shut it down quick and easy. And then Maru was on the back foot. He was behind from that moment as Dark was able to counterattack, bust into the main, bust into the natural. Did so much damage with those roaches. And with that, Dark is 1 game away. 1 game away from advancing on into the next round to face off against Hero. As a reminder, Hero just 4-0'd Solar. Hero is waiting for the winner of this series in the lower bracket. Oh boy, the pressure is on. Now, what I will say though is that we have had a back and forth here, and usually when one player has taken a lead, the other player catches up. So now it's Maru's turn to win. And here we go. In the top right, we have Maru for onside. And in the bottom left, we have his opponent. We have Dark, a Korean Zerg player. Arguably the best Zerg player in all of Korea. And this time, Maru is going for the depot on the high ground. There's no 2 racks Reaper opener. There's no low ground and racks expand into the factory. None of that shenanigans. We're opening up standard here from Maru. No proxies either. So a standard opener from our Terran player. Likewise, soon to be a standard opener from our Zerg player as well. We are easing into this. Good day, Papi. Good day. Good day. Oh, the Terrans are rocking up in the chat. Sheldon, is it GeoGuessr time? Is it time for GeoGuessr? Let's go. As Dark is opening up with a hatch gas pool, standard opener here out of Dark, as we did mention. Nothing too fancy, nothing too crazy. Likewise, Maru getting into his own opener as well. We're just easing ourselves into Solaris. Solaris, of course, is an interesting map. Does have quite a lot of bases to be taken. We have seen a decent amount of late game here on Solaris, but there are also speed zones in the center of the map, and that has led to some Queen all-ins. We have seen some Queen Roach all-ins, especially in other matchups like ZVP. Not too sure if Dark is willing to do that. Nah, it's Dark. Who am I talking about? Of course he's willing to go for Roach all-ins. 100%. Willing to, but will he? That's the question. So far, a lot of, or most of, if not all of Dark's wins in this series have been off the back of Roach variations and Roach aggression. Again, it is his wheelhouse, it's Dark's expertise. It is what he's been relying on, and maybe what he needs to win this entire series. For the time being, Reaper is on the way. Maru soon to get across the map, and I'm curious how Maru does open as well. But now we have the factory on the way behind this. Soon, I imagine, to be a third CC for Starport. Reaper does dip in, gonna be threatening those links. Ooh, as we do manage to pick off one of those links as well. Not bad. Oh my god. We get two. We get two lings already. Not bad here from Maru. No drones, of course, but lings nonetheless. Value nonetheless. Oh. As behind this, we do have a third CC on the way. Third CC before Starport from our Terran player. We're just pointing out that Dark has the resources, has the gas for ling speed, but has not started ling speed, which is a little bit odd. It may just be an oversight from Dark. It may be intentional, but usually when you're cutting income here at 100 gas, it is for link speed, and it is, I think, a bit of a mistake here that Dark hasn't started it, and that can be quite impactful as the game goes on. As the Overlord did dip in for a moment, did get eyes on the third CC, did get eyes on the Starport as well. Second gas being taken, we are skipping link speed and we're going straight into Roaches instead. Now, what this means, though, because this is a fast hidden Roach Warren, is that without link speed, we cannot reinforce with speed links. So even though we're rushing into Roaches, links have their place as well in this army composition. So I'm a little bit concerned. We'll see. We'll see how we piece this together. Meanwhile, there's no add-on swap, so we have a Viking on the way, soon to be, I imagine, into Liberators. Definitely no Banshees on the horizon here for Maru. Here's opening of Viking. There it is. Roaches are in production as we speak. Roaches on the way. I'm concerned if we're going to be seeing lings in the production tab. If we do see lings in the production tab, that means that we have forgotten that we do not have ling speed. And that we may be in some trouble here. A couple of Overlords on the way. Viking does supply block Dark. Dark is going to be supply blocked here. Hellions soon to reveal themselves. Interesting. We're going Viking into an add-on swap into Banshee. Okay. Interesting. We are in fact getting to Banshee production, and we're joining up behind this. Roaches have been spotted by the Hellions, and you can see that Dark is joining. So he's kind of feigning aggression here. He's revealing his hand, showing his army, joining up behind it, trying to fake out his opponent and trying to force an overreaction. And I like this because overall in this series, whenever Roaches are pushed out, we have committed. We have dealt a lot of damage, and this has to be taken seriously. Banshee has arrived just in time. Dark going to be forced back. I do appreciate that Maru did open up Banshee as well, just because Banshees are ideal against Roach openers, and Dark has been one to throw down Roaches quite a lot here in this series. Miles going to be slowing down the army. Again, we're getting quite a lot of value here as we pick off another Roach. Good pickoffs here by Maru. Does maintain control of his bases. Behind this, third CC is going to be on the way. Stim in production. Hellions, they go for a dive into the mineral line. Drones are, the drones, they are lining up. 4 workers go down. Not too bad here from Maru. He gains map control, he gets a couple of workers. Maru's looking pretty good so far. Looking damn good here in the game number 6. Behind this +1 range on the way, we are committing to Roach Ravager. Okay. A style that I haven't seen too often here in recent times, but I do appreciate it. It's going to be a 1-1 Roach timing, can lead into 2-2. Banshees, they dip into the main base. Queen is being focused down. Do we have a transfuse? We do not. Oh, barely do in time. Clutch transfuse there out of Dark. He does force back those Banshees. We even focus one of them down. Good pick off there out of Dark. Gets a kill on the Banshee. Behind this, he's joining up to 3-base saturation, and he's cutting workers at 68. That is 3 bases here. He's focusing on Roach production. We'll keep an eye on the production tab here. Does he drone any further? He does have an infestation bit on the way. Bailing Nest as well. It looks like we are soon to transition out of Roach Ravager into the next step, into, I imagine, Ling Bane. Ling Speed still has not been researched, by the way. There it is! It's on the way! So we're getting out of Roach Ravager into Ling Bane, into Hive Tech, which means we have a longer game. For the first time this series, we're going to get into like a back and forth mid-game. Let's go. Here we go. We have a game on our hands. Again, this series has been very chaotic, very aggressive until now. I mean, even in this game, there were some fake outs, there were some mind games. Fester's on the way to help support. Double jump towards the south. Mario working on his 4th CC. Getting into his gases. Getting into his 2nd factory as well. So again, Mario working towards that late game. Towards the later stages of the game here. A lot of creep is being receded. A lot of creep is being shut down. Dark just trying to keep up. And yeah, there's our tech transition. Bailing speed on the way. +1 melee as well. This should be leading into, I think, ultras. Like, that's typically the direction that Dark likes to take this. Once the hive is done. We'll see if that's the case. As we're done with the range upgrades and we're not going to be getting into Hydra Lurker, which would have been the case if we invested into +2 range. Those are kind of like the 2 tech paths that you can go for off of Roach Ravager. Is either commit to range and go into Lurkers, or get back into Ling Bane, into Ultra. So you see Mario going for multi-pronged aggression. He's got a double jump towards the north. We have a double jump towards the south. Trying to pull Dark's attention apart. So far he's doing so. Doesn't quite get the queens. The northern base is a bit exposed, but nah, Dark is in position. How good is the fungal? Pretty good. Will we catch the medic? The vials! No, show us the vials! Oh my... Bobby. Shaking my head. Did miss the medevac. Did miss in the end. As the double jump coming in. Snipes one of the queens. Good pick off. Hi. It's about to throw my mic at the observer. Not like this. Behind this we have 4 CCs on the way. Oh my god. Of course, that's a lot of CCs. As we are walling up, we mentioned before that there's a lot of bases to be taken here on Solaris, and Mario is getting ready for those later stages of the game. We have Drilling Claws on the way for Widowmine production. There's that Ultra Cavern that we spoke about. Again, Roach Ravager into Ling Bane into Ultras is just a transition that Dark is very fond of here, as we did mention. And it is a good way to gain map control. But it isn't just about map control. Mario, he's in the midst of taking a 5th base, and that is a dangerous proposition here for Dark. Typically, a lot of this kind of dynamic plays out in the Zerg player denying the 5th, and that 5th is quite exposed. It's on the low ground, you know, it's wide open, multiple angles of attack. That is going to be the target for Dark. In saying so, though, we have a pretty good position there with the tanks. There are tanks behind it on the high ground. That is where the Vipers come into play. Vipers with either abductions or blinding clouds, they can render those tanks inert, and we can still break that position. Likewise, as I talk about the value of the Viper here in this matchup, that's where the Ghost comes in, right? The counter to the Viper, EMPs. If we can land those EMPs, we can shut down the Vipers. We can, of course, maintain our position. Speaking of, the Ghost Academy just finished. That is Cloak for Ghosts on the way in the production tab. We are taking that direction, but here we go. Dark pushing in. Leading the charge with those Vipers. Does get the blinding clouds. Does catch one of those tanks and yoinks the medevac. Oh, a bit of a misclick. Despite that, though, the base, they get into the mineral line. They break on in. 12, 13 SCVs go down, and we take down the final tank. Good files there out of Dark. He does break this position. 21 workers, by the way. Oh my god. We didn't break the 5th, but we did break the 3rd. At the same time, Mind Drop comes in. Maru, he's one that does this quite often. It's really interesting. Like, this kind of mid to late game mind drops can really catch Zerg players off guard. Decent connections, but only 4 drones go down. And Dark is now focusing on his defenses back at home. Oh, does trickle in with some of those lings. Does bleed out quite a bit. As we are soon to go back to mining. Viper's just regathering their energy. Ultra's on the way. Spire behind this again to Corruptors, again to Broodlords. We are taking up even further. And as these rocks get knocked down, Dark, he can focus and rotate over towards the south. As I say that though, big Doom drop into the main. And we are in position with at least an Ultra. And we force the pick up. Well, the Spores! Oh my, almost take down a Medevac. But again, good positioning from Dark. Good foresight as well of the threat of a Doom drop. Getting ready for a drop towards the north. The Ghost count is building up. I do appreciate that Dark is taking in every direction. He has a Spire for a Greater Spire. He also has a Hydra Den finishing up for Lurker Tech as well. As I say that, there's that Greater Spire on the way. Hydra upgrades in production as well. And we'll see how Dark decides to refine his army. Now, there are different ways to kind of build out the Zerg army here, depending on what the Terran has. But the ideal is to get into Broodlords to try to break these entrenched positions, assuming that Dark can't break them here and now. As the drop play continues, keeping Dark busy. Oh my god. Mine's just going to be going off. We got 3 drones. Maru, he's got his... sorry, I was saying 5th base earlier. Yeah, he's got his 5th base. Now a 6th on the way. I'm a little bit concerned here that Dark did allow this 5th to get up and running. Hasn't really applied too much pressure on it. But a big reason for that is because of the drop play. Like, shout out to Maru here for just engaging so much here in Widowmine drops and the Marine Doom drop as well. Not really overcommitting, not overextending, not losing too much, and just forcing Dark to stay busy back at home and allowing Maru to take control of his side of the map. You have sensor towers, missile turrets, planetaries finishing up. Maru's economy is looking solid. Looking very solid right now. And the problem is that now when Dark is getting ready to push in, I mean, Maru, he's already set up. Not even just at his bases, but even here in the center of the map with Widowmines and turrets. At the same time, Dark trying to bypass the army, slips in from behind. Oh, very little defenses here at the 3rd base. Once again, it's going to be broken. We do force back those SCVs. This time we do save them. This time they are going to be saved. Bane's coming in from behind. Decent connections. The Wiles. Oh my god. Wiles connecting with the army as well. Not a bad trade for Dark. Oh, Bailey's they come back in. 9 SCVs do fall. I would say some better trades for Dark overall. Good mind also. Dark, he tries to take control of the center of the map. Dipping in whenever he can. That Banshee going ham. But does get shut down by the Vile. Oh, sorry, by the Fungal. And by the Queens. Ling Bane is amassing. Looks like we haven't really invested too much into Ultras. We have the upgrades, but we only have a handful of Ultras on the field. Looks like we're, for the most part, done with that. And I mean, there are just so many ghosts anyway. Speaking of, a nuke here towards the 5th base of Dark. Oh. No reaction so far. Dark, does he see it? He doesn't. He does. Does see the nuke, does pull back. We'll lose, I want to say, 2 drones there in the process. That could have been so much worse. How did that drone live? That drone next to the gas geyser. What the hell? Only 1 worker went down. Good manual detonations there by Dark. Takes down the Ghost. Oh, meanwhile, Maru working towards a lib transition. We have 3 starports. That's going to be 4 starports in total, alongside the fusion core for Liberator range. And Ghost Tank Lib is kind of what you want here in the late game. You want to get out of bio play. But now there still has a pretty hefty Marine Marauder army. Nuke once again at the 5th. This time, though, much faster reaction. Dark does see it. Dark just shut it down. Oh, the snipes! Big snipes here on the Roaches. The Lings, they do engage. We even force a friendly fire. And we will just crash into this army. We will clean this up. Yeah, a big chunk of Marauders do go down. Not the best trade from Maru. He does hold his ground though. And again, like, he can afford to trade. He has map control. He's rebuilding with more ghosts. 7 ghosts at a time are in production. Decent EMPs. Leading run back comes in, but this time we have a planetary. This time there is a planetary in position. Also, I don't think that Dark has seen bottom right. I don't think he's seen the 6th base. I don't think he's fully aware of just how robust the economy of Maru is. As he is soon to take a 7. And this is dangerous here. Maru soon to be even in the base count of the Zerg, with the Zerg. Something you typically don't want to be seeing here as a Zerg player. So Maru maintaining and taking a lead here in the economy. Dark has been able to deny these fresh bases in quite some time. Just hasn't been able to. Maru doing such a great job here, just keeping Dark busy in the middle of the map. Keeping his attention here in the center while he sneaks out that fringe base. I also love that we've been kind of like leapfrogging around with all these turrets. I do think that a big reason for this is kind of like the shift in the meta. Dark did kind of popularize going for just a mass amount of borrowed infestors all over the map for these crazy fungals. But with all these turrets, we have detection everywhere. Speaking of, we do get a surround. The planetary is going to be going down. At the same time, the center base of Dark also going to be falling. Both players will lose their bases. And hatcheries and planetary is going to be going down. Dark still with a mobile army. Going for the planetary here for the first time of Maru towards the bottom right. Baileys are rolling in. Where we will get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Big connections. We get the base and the mineral line. Finally, damage is done here to the economy of Maru. Dark forcing Maru back, getting a bit of breathing room. Oh, big mine shot's going to be going off though on those lings. Dark has to fall back. At the same time, his own base is going to be falling as well. Both players trading blow for blow. Dark has a bank to work with. So does Maru. And pushing on forward. Big fungal though here on the Ghost. Oh my god! Do we get the chain fungal? Not quite! The Ghost is going to be knocked down. Nuke will not connect. As we collapse here on the Ghost. But where are the fungals? They're not there. Big overextension. Darky plummets in supply. And the Ghosts go ham. They go for the snipes. They shut down the roaches. They shut down the hydras. That may just be too much. Dark, he has a back, but he needs time to rebuild. Yeah, sometimes one fight is all it takes. Maru snowballing out of control. He will take down the center base. Yes, Liberator's reinforcing. GG gets called. Dark, he's run out of steam, run out of minerals. And Maru ties it up. We're going to the ace match. GG, well played. And I love this style as well from Maru. We spoke about this last week. If you were here for the group stage, you would have remembered that we casted Bjorn versus Shin and Maru versus Serral. And if you remember, both these ZVTs went to the late game, and both Bjorn and Maru had very different outlooks. When Bjorn started losing momentum with his drops, Bjorn is so quick in late game ZVT to wall up, switch out of bio production into just full mech ghost, like full like lib tank Thor ghost production, and a very like a slower style, a more turtle heavy style. Maru on the flip side isn't one to really embrace that too quickly. Despite the fact that he was working towards Liberators, he stays on Marine Marauder that much longer, and of course he does retain his drops, so he just keeps the pressure on anyway. And he just sticks with this more mobile composition that's just always in the face of Dark, always knocking down bases, always threatening drops as well. And as a result, this happened in the group stage as well to Serral, where Dark and Serral both had a really hard time actually having a presence on the map and stifling the economy of Maru. It's a really risky way to play, because if Maru ever does lose his drops, if he ever does lose momentum, then he doesn't really have a defensive setup to protect his bases, which is why when Dark was going for counterattacks, there was very little to defend back at home. So it is a risky way to play, but when it works, boy, does it work. Like, it's so active, it's so wild, and it's great to see here. Maru making it work both against Dark and against Cyril, of course, last week as well. Oh, so yeah, very impressive style there out of Maru. From here, though, we're getting into the ace match. It all comes down to game 7. It all comes down to Alkyone. Let's go. Let us go. So it all comes down to game 7, and I appreciate that regardless of some of the previous series being one-sided, we have gone all the way to the ace match here. That's all I wanted. But who makes it on, who advances on to face off against Hero is the question. Also, to put things into perspective, 1, Hero is the last Protoss in the tournament. Also, Maru is the last Terran player in the tournament as well. He is your Terran representative. Clem has fallen, Kior has fallen, Björn has fallen. Only Maru does stand to represent the Terrans out there. And can he make it? Can he make it into the next round, or can Dark stop him? As in the top right, we have Maru for onside. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Dark, a Korean Zerg player, the best Zerg in all of Korea. And Maru going to be opening up with what looks to be a 2-Rax Reaper, but as we've already seen earlier in this series on side Delta, Maru is willing to open up Rax into expand into factory on the low ground. I'm not too fond of that build, I'll be honest, but he's willing to do it. This should be 2-Rax Reaper though. That should be. Here we go. Dark's been growing that mustache for like 3 years, Bappy. It's beautiful. For some context, I know that some people weren't here for it, but fun fact, Dark had an interview, was it last year? The years are blending together. Maybe it was 2021. It was either early 2022 or maybe end of 2021. He had an interview and people asked him, the interviewer asked him, what was with the goatee that he had grown? Like, what was with the facial hair? And it looks like it's not 2-Rax Reaper, it's Rax expand again. God damn it. People asking, what's with the sudden facial hair? What's going on? And Dark said that that apparently he had made a bet, and that he had stuck with it, where he wouldn't shave until he won like a big premier event. And they were like, oh, but you won like you won, was it Valencia last year? And he's like, no. Like I think it was Valencia in 2021 or 2022. He's like, no, it's not bigger than that. And I remember when DKZ, when Dragon Z Gaming, when they won WTL, the team league, they asked him, they were like, yo, are we shaving now? He's like, no, it's bigger. So Dark, he's looking for a big win. I imagine a GSL or an IEM. And until then, the mustache is staying as we shut down the Overlord. Oh my god. Overlord is going to be knocked down. Supply blocking Dark here in the early game. A nice catch out of Maru. Does shut it down. Likewise, did open up with that factory on the low ground. Not with Reapers. He won Valencia 2022. Yeah, that's it, yeah. I remember they did ask him specifically about Valencia. And he wasn't content about that. He wants it bigger, Bob. As we're going for an add-on sub, Ling does confirm this, does scouts. Important, bearing in mind that the Overlord did fall, and we are opening up Hellion once again. Ooh, and just like on side Delta, this is a 1-1-1, by the way. This is a 1-1-1 opener from Maru. We saw on side Delta, this led into a Hellbat push. I wonder if he's planning on doing it again. Once again, Dark has enough gas for Ling speed. He doesn't get Ling speed. This could be another Roach opener. Maru going to be opening up double Hellion into Cyclones behind this. Interesting. So this time he is incorporating those Cyclones. There's that Roach one, as we mentioned. Ling speed was avoided. Roaches are on the way. Roach is going to be in production. And this is going to be a very aggressive build here for Maru. Again, he is delaying his third CC. He's putting himself behind economically to get damage done early on. Building up his Cyclone count. Building up that Liberator as well. we'll see if Maru can pull apart his opponent. Now, I'm curious if we're going to be pushing together as one, or if we try to harass with the Liberator, at the same time come in with the Hellion Cyclone as we push towards the bases. Stim being prioritized, Stim being researched behind this. Roach Ward is done, roaches are on the way. But before the roaches can come out, we do get on top of the hatchery. And the Queen! Oh my god. Queen does slip away, Cyclones do reveal themselves. As they do pivot away, respecting the army. Third CC on the way behind this, but the third CC is late, or it was delayed. So far, good movement out of Dark. Avoiding those lock-ons. Queens are getting low though. Without Lings, it can be difficult to deal with this, but there are only 2 Cyclones. If they can be focused down, then we should be okay. As we pan back to the main base, we do get eyes on the follow-up here. Again, not an all-in, just delayed expansion. Getting into additional racks as well. It's not going to be Mech. We have seen Mech already in this series. Maru, he won a game with Mech, but it is going to be Bio. Liberator has arrived, camping that hatchery. Oh, sniping some of those eggs and getting some of those workers at the same time. The Hellions, they dive into the mineral line. Well, they dive into the natural roaches out of position. 7 drones go down. Oof, that's a lot of damage dealt. And suddenly, it is now worth it that Maru did delay his base. In delaying his third base, he had to deal some counter damage, and he does kill 7 workers. I would say that's going to be worth it. Ooh, Hellions, though, they're getting caught out, and Dark is pushing. Now, he's droning behind this. He's not reinforcing with Lynx. He's only pushing with a handful of Roach Ravager. Threading the bases. Stim is done. These add-ons are exposed, but at least Stim has completed. As Reactor's going to be going down. Ooh, the natural base looking a little bit messy here. A lot of the production is exposed. And it looks like we may be able to get the Tech Lab alongside it. And Tech Lab does fall. Rax is forced to be lifted. But again, thankfully, Stim is done. We're not getting a repeat of what happened earlier in this series where Stim was sniped. Meanwhile, the Banshee has arrived, forcing this army back. Dark has been droning up the entire time, recovering from his dead workers and taking up into Lair Tech. Lairs are on the way. Dark working towards double Evo Chamber. I imagine going to be getting into 1-1. Getting into 1-1 Roach Ravager upgrades. Very similar to what we saw on Solaris. And this could eventually lead into Ling Bane as well. For now, though, we're going to be pushing, reinforcing with additional Cyclones. Catching a Queen. Again, Dark forced to be defensive instead. Without Ling speed, with just Roach Ravager, we do have to stay back at home. Oh, that Liberator getting a lot of damage done. 6 drones go down. 6 drones for 1 live. That is an insane amount of damage. Dark taking a big blow to his economy. He is re-droning. He's, like, again, going to be resaturating, but quite a lot has to be reproduced there. 12 more workers on the way. Maru doing a great job at maintaining map control, shutting down a lot of those tumors. Sniping whatever he can. Behind this, Maru just getting into the swing of things. 4CC already on the way. We're taking gases. We should be seeing a second factory soon. And Maru in control. Meanwhile, very similar to the previous game. Again, it's going to be Roach Ravager into Ling Bane, as we have +1 melee on the way. Ling speed in production as well. We do have the fast infestation bit. This is going to be, I imagine, for Hive Tech for Ultras. This is just Dark's go-to. As this time we are incorporating a couple of safety infestors as well. Again, the downside right now is that Dark is lacking splash damage, is lacking AoE. Infestors will help support his Roach Ravager. As Maru is going for a double jump towards the south. Headed for that 4th base. Dark, he doesn't see this coming. Uh-oh, doesn't see it coming. We do see the stim. We're down on top of the Queens. Queens are in position. 1 Queen goes down. A 2nd Queen as well. A 3rd Queen going to be falling. No transfuse. We get a 4th and we get a 5th. Every Queen falls. Big pickoffs. Very efficient trade there. 5 Queens for 3 Marines. Ay, ay, ay. As Maru backs off, his 4th base is so incredibly safe here. The Queens have been reset, which means where's the anti-air? There is none. We cancel the gold. Oh, we're just picking Dark apart here. As we're pointing out, that wasn't just the marauding queens. That was every queen. No injects. No injects whatsoever. We have to rebuild from scratch. Vipers are on the way. I do think that we have to rely on spellcasters at this point. Like Dark, he's sustained so many losses already. He has been stifled. Things like fungals, parabombs, blinding clouds, abductions, like we need to gain value here with our units. And we'll see if we can, because here comes Maru, and Maru does have a supply lead. Bearing in mind that Maru's supply is also more efficient. Roach Ravager is inflated. This gold base is going to be denied. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel. 300 minerals down the drain, and Maru, he's not slowing down. Dark in a lot of trouble. And he's hoping for one big juicy fungal. He's hoping that maybe Maru does overextend. Bile's going to be grazing the army. Fungal does catch a couple of marines, but it's not going to be enough. Instead, we go for a big link counterattack. We catch a tank. Not bad. We do manage to get not just one, I believe, 2 tanks going to be going down, and even a 3rd tank. We do get into mineral line at the same time. That's going to be another kill on the hatchery, not a cancel. This thing run by is gaining value, that's true, but Maru does get a kill on another base. 6 SCVs go down. The gold is on the way for Maru. Losing 6-7 workers doesn't matter, not anymore. Gets another queen. Gets another queen, picks up, gets the hell out of there. Again, Dark, hoping for a Hail Mary play, does avoid the scan. Oh, both infestors do. Let's go. We collapse on the army. Big Parabomb, big Fungal as well. Oh my god, we Fungal every single Marine. We collapse on this army, and this is what Dark was hoping for. This is what he wanted. A beautiful trade there for Dark. Maru plummets in supply. The trap was laid. It was set. It went off, Bappy. We're back in this. We are back in this. The gold base still up and running. Maru still can recover. Does have the better economy, does have the higher worker count. Big ling run by here into the natural. SCVs are going down. He busts into the main as well. We get a handful of Marines. But again, we're just trying to pull Maru apart as we do hit the 4th base at the same time. Oh, and that's going to be 14, 17 dead workers here. Again, this was an orbital, not a planetary. A little bit greedy there from Maru. But we do pull Maru apart. That's going to be 22 dead workers. Again, Maru, he was doing so well when he was the aggressor. But now suddenly, as it turns table, Maru, he is struggling to keep up. Dark, he's not taking this lying down. Behind this, remaxing with more Ling Bane, getting his own gold base up and running. Dark double expanding. Joining back up to 80. Getting into 3-3. Oh, we do have a Ling there, that's true. Bathing's roll in, but good reaction out of Maru. This is a little bit greedy here, as we shouldn't be able to get any connections. We forced out a scan at least. As Maru, he's getting ready for his own counterattack. He has maxed out at this point. Has recovered. But in the time it took for him to max out, so is Dark. Dark getting ready for another massive Ling run by. Which means this gold base is going to be forfeit. Yeah, the gold base is going to fall. The Lings, they flood into the natural, into the main base. We're camping the production. That's a lot of Lings. That's a lot of Lings. We cannot ignore this. We cannot avoid this. As we bust into the main base, 35 SCVs go down. Every single worker at the 3rd, the main, the natural, and even the 4th base. Everything is on fire. Maru, he races back home. And that does expose the tanks. Dark, he catches Maru out. Does catch the army, gets 2 tanks. And Dark popping off here. Maru trying to stabilize, even supply blocked at this point. He can't make anything, not anymore. The tanks and even the planetary. We go for the planetary, we should shut it down. As Maru barely any mining whatsoever here. Losing 40 workers and the gold and every tank. And from here, Dark, he can back off and remax. Again, everything was going Maru's way for so long, and suddenly these Ling Rumbais paid off. These Lings have been the MVPs here time and time again. Dark has been going for them, and initially they weren't quite worth it, it felt like. Initially they weren't really achieving too much, but over time they did gain value. As the Ling Rumbais, they just don't stop. Once again denying the goal base. Once again another pack of Lings pushing towards the natural. This is the only real mining base here of Maru. The natural forfeit. We just get back into the main. Lings once again getting behind the base as well. We're forcing out scans. The main base is on fire. It goes down. We're running out of scans. As we try to catch the arm, we try to catch the ghosts. Oh my god. We do get one. We get a ghost. We get a tank as well. And Maru, he was so close. He was so close here in this game. He was breaking Dark 100%. Dark was struggling. He was dying straight up. But not anymore. You can see Maru smiling a little bit on cams. I think he realizes that the writing is a little bit on the wall here. The base, it's going to be burning down. And Dark is still maxed out. Ay, ay, ay. There was a moment in this game where I was kind of writing Dark off a little bit. I was like, yo, is this how it ends? Is this how Dark falls? Nah, Bobby. I mean, I talk about the Ling Rumbais, how they've been the MVPs. I mean, really, let's not forget the big fungal growths, right? Like the moments when he caught out the army. That was really the moment when things swung in favor of Dark, when he was able to catch the entire army with fungals, with power bombs. Allowed him to get the breathing room he needed. GG gets called, and Dark has done it. He takes Maru down a 4-3. Maru is eliminated from Masters Coliseum, and Dark advances on to face off against Hero. GG, well played. Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. GG. It went down to the wire, and even then, even in this final game, Maru, he was looking so damn dominant. Initially, he was just pulling Dark apart, sniping so many hatcheries, so many bases, all the queens as well, trading so efficiently. Dark, he went for the Hail Mary play, the one way to win that game, with his spellcasters, with the fungal growths, with the vipers. There was that moment where Maru scanned, and when he missed both of the infestors, when they were hidden in the army of Maru. And that led to that moment when Dark swung things in his favor, when he caught out the army, cleaned everything up. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have our bracket. Here it is. We have it. Hero versus Dark. Gonna be occurring tomorrow. We're done for the night. Hero versus Dark is gonna be tomorrow. The winner faces off against Raynor. The winner in that series faces off against Cyril in the grand finals on Sunday. 2 days left. 2 days left of Master Coliseum to crown our champion. Let's go. It's been a long time coming here. It's been a long tournament. We are down to 4 players left. Hero, Dark, Raynor, and Cyril. Again, Maru had an amazing run. He didn't look bad in this tournament. Did struggle against Cyril, is what I will say, in the upper bracket. The Cyril series was a little bit more brutal, is what I will say. But I was hoping for a rematch. I was really looking forward to a rematch. I was really looking forward to a potential Maru versus Cyril finals. But Dark says no to that, and yeah, things are still going to be spicy. What I will say is that Hero versus Dark, I look forward to it. We see them face off on a very regular basis. Hero versus Dark, if you're unfamiliar, we cast them on an almost daily basis here on the CranKy Ducklings, whether it's KSL, ESL Open Cup Asia, ESL Open Cup Americas, even in these big events like Kung Fu Cup, like Masters Coliseum, they face off so often, and they go back and forth, is what I will say. I believe Hero has like a winning record. I think it's like 60% in favor of Hero, like 60-65%. But you know, despite that, Dark does often fight back as well, and when it matters most, he can bring Hero down. It's gonna be a spicy one. It's gonna be a spicy series. I do look forward to it. As a bit of a PSA though, again, Hero versus Dark is happening tomorrow. Winner against Raynor also happening tomorrow. We have been casting every day of Master Coliseum. We will not be casting it tomorrow. Unfortunately, there's just a lot of StarCraft going on, And we have other commitments. Tomorrow is the House Galactic Battle. The hell is that? There is a LAN event. There is an offline LAN event happening in Poland where the best players in Poland are going to be facing off. Players like Mana, Alazer, Spirit, Cristiano, Geralt, Papi, and many others are going to be facing off at an offline event in Poland at a gaming bar. It's all going to be amazing. It's going to be beautiful. We've been casting it for the past couple of years. I want to say for the past last year and the year before that with the eSport events. We have a kind of a close relationship with the players in the Polish scene. So that is going to be taking priority tomorrow. It's going to be a day-long event, so all day we're going to be covering that. What I will say is that we will be casting the finals on Sunday, and before the finals, we are going to be going over and covering tomorrow's matches. So if you miss out on it, or there's plenty of other English coverage. You can watch Roddy if you want. There's Rotterdam, there's Wardy. I'm sure there are other English casters as well casting it live. If you do miss it live, as we will be going live on Sunday earlier, like 2 or 3 hours earlier before the finals, and we're going to be going over all of tomorrow's matches. We're going to be casting Dark versus Hero and the winner against Rainer, just 24 hours after the event occurs, or like 18 hours or 20 hours or something, just as a heads up. So I know it's a little bit unfortunate. I would love to be able to cast multiple events at once. I can't. I've tried before, Poppy. I've tried before. And again, the House of Galactic Battle is an entire day of StarCraft as well. So that's something that we can't quite avoid. So yeah, that's gonna be our focus tomorrow as a heads up. Again, if you want to tune into one of the other streams, you can. Just as a reminder, we will be going over those matches the day after on Sunday. When we do go over them, no spoilers in the chat, by the way. We'll be keeping an eye out for that. So no spoilers if you do happen to watch it live in your own time on one of those other streams. Again, just as a heads up. Oh, just make a clone. True. Oh. Yeah, so that's just a heads up with what is coming up over the weekend. Otherwise, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time here tonight. And we're not done. I am a little bit tired, not gonna lie. It's been 3 hours. Didn't even notice. I'm a little bit tired. I'm a little bit worn out. But we have some more casting to do. So I'm kind of running out of time, and I'm running out of days. I mentioned this before, but I'm going to be traveling to Poland next week. I'm going to be traveling to Poland. I'm going to be there at IM Katowice. I won't be casting IM Katowice, but I'm going to be traveling there on Tuesday. And of course, as always, we're casting every day of the week. And a lot of people have been asking me about viewer replay casts. We have like a stockpile of like 5, 6, 7 viewer replay casts, and I try to cover them whenever I can. We just haven't had time recently. But we have time now. So if you're in the chat, if you are unsatiated, if you still want some more StarCraft action, something a little bit more laid back, these are viewer submitted replays from the chat. We have viewers that are, in Gold League, viewers in Masters League, viewers in GM. We have some pro players that did redeem some replays as well. So I'm looking forward to covering all of that. And yeah, that's going to be what is going to be coming up next year. I just want to try and catch up before I travel on Tuesday, because I know that I won't have enough time. And these games have already been banked up for the past like 2 weeks. I don't want to wait any longer. So let's go. We got some more StarCraft coming at you. Again, a little bit more of a chill, laid back cast, because these are mainly like ladder games, even from the GMs, even from the pro players. It is just ladder games that they did experience and they wanted us to cover. So yeah, look forward to it. So if you want to enjoy some chill viewer replays, then we got you covered. That's going to be coming up next here on the CranKy Ducklings. If you are only interested in Masters Coliseum, then I do bid you adieu, and we'll be back in 2 days on Sunday. In 2 days with the final matches of Masters Coliseum. To reiterate, we won't be casting tomorrow's matches live. We're going to be going over them. We're going over like kind of the restream or the rebroadcast on Sunday before the finals, before the grand finals. That's the current plan, at least. That is the current plan. I'm hoping that tomorrow's matches isn't like like all 7 games, then all 7 games. Because that's gonna mean that the final day is gonna be a bit of a long one for us. But you know, it's what we got to do if we want to cast everything. You know, that's what we have to do. Otherwise, thank you so much everyone for tuning in. Thanks so much everyone for watching. Again, !socials in the chat if you want to follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all that good stuff. We are on all things CranKy Ducklings. And I'm going to be going on a short break. I'm going to refill my water. I'm out of water. I'm going to refill my water. I'm going to go and set up all the overlays and set up all the replays and get ready for some chill viewer replays. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 replays to go over. Oh boy. Oh boy. Some of these are team league matches. Team game matches as well. 4v4s? Sound though. Okay, papi, okay. We'll get into it. Nullified. Oh right, of course. Sorry, my apologies. Prediction. Only 2% bet on Dark. You're all animals. Oh my god, 2% on Dark. I'm shaking my head. To the. Where were the Dark supporters in the chat, papi? Oh my god. Can someone clarify for me? Raynor off races only to avoid ZVZ, right? Yes, true. Raynor, he does typically avoid ZVZ with off racing. Fun fact though, if you're curious about Masters Coliseum, Raynor tried to off race. He wanted to off race during Masters Coliseum, but by rules of that specific tournament, Raynor was not allowed to play Protoss against Serral. I think specifically against Serral, he wanted to play Protoss. But upon per the rules of Master Coliseum, he had to pick a race for the entire tournament. So Raynor won't be able to switch races and pick races in the coming days. Just as a heads up. KSL tomorrow. I think there is. Oh my god, we have to do KSL as well? Oh sorry, no, there is no KSL tomorrow, thank god. I was like, did I miss it on the calendar? No KSL tomorrow. For those that are curious as well, just before I go on break, KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, used to be a weekly tournament. Now, because the funding on Patreon has died down a little bit, it is a bi-weekly. So KSL is now a bi-weekly tournament, so tomorrow there isn't KSL, which is kind of good for me because it means I don't have to literally cost 24 hours, but it's a little bit bittersweet. A shout out to Dave Test and Chicken Man for hosting and running the KSL and really creating that initiative. It's really great. It's really beautiful. If you want to support the KSL, !KSL. I wanted to !KSL in the chat. There's the Patreon link if you're interested. But again, at the moment, KSL is currently running every 2 weeks, not every week. Just as a reminder. But yes, for now, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we have some viewer replays. And hold on, I got to choose the outcome. Bam. Dark. Coming out strong. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Until then, enjoy the Brood War OST. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you so much for being patient with me. To take me a moment to just get all the replays ready, set up the overlays, and settle on in to a night with some extra StarCraft here. Again, we just wrapped up with... Oh, actually, hold on. Can I change this? God, I knew I forgot something. Bam. There we go. I'm back in space, baby. Back in space. Beautiful, beautiful. But yeah, we just wrapped up with Master Coliseum, and we did wrap it up for the day. As a reminder, there's still 2 days left of Master Coliseum, and we'll be casting both days on the final day, as we are going to be preoccupied with another event tomorrow with a LAN event in Poland, the House Galactic Battle. But for now, we have been building up some viewer replays. If you're curious, we do have a point redemption in the chat. In the chat, where you have all the points that you can redeem, or you can kind of gain, or can throw your points away in other ways. You can, of course, have us cast one of your replays from the ladder, from tournaments. They have to be your own. You can't like gain replays from someone else and send them to us. We try to, you know, keep them and have them be your own. So we do have some viewer replays redeemed over the past couple of weeks, and we are now going to be going over them. I just haven't had the time to actually go over them just because we've been covering so many events and we've been live so often. Now though, we have a couple of hours. We have some free hours here to go over some of these lovely and amazing games. So I'm a little bit concerned. I'm always a little bit anxious whenever we dive into this, because usually if someone redeems a replay, it's for a reason. Like, it's usually because like some nonsense happens, and and then there's chaos ensues, and we're just aping, papi. It's let's go. I'm scarred by that one time where I think it was on Gressvan. Frost redeemed a replay where it was just a Zerg player on the ladder that was just massing lurkers, and just the map was cut in half. It was like a 40-minute game. It was like a 40-minute game on Gressvan, and the Zerg player just kept massing lurkers and just moving them into siege lines over and over and and over again. It was like not even. It was just like pure lurker hydra or something. It was just it was painful, but it was painful. We have had other games, of course, with cheese, shenanigans, cannon rushes as well. It's yeah, it's beautiful. So I'm ready to dive into what we have before us. I'm taking things off something a little bit different. I'm never really comfortable. Oh my god! Okay. Interesting. I just get looking at some of these replays. But yeah, I'm not really the most apt when it comes to casting team games, but our viewer in the chat, Sounder, who you do see in the chat, has redeemed some team game replays. We have a 3v3 and a 4v4. I guess let's work our way up. Sounder, hold on. Versus 3v3. There we go. We have a 3v3 coming up first. We have how many? 6, 7 replays ready for us here. Some of them were redeemed by some pro players, so we're going to be able to sink our teeth into that at the end of the broadcast. But again, don't expect anything too serious here. Don't expect anything too meta. We're here more just to have fun as well. And usually the person that did redeem the replays in the chat. So again, do be respectful, do be kind as we get into whatever the hell we're about to cast. Oh boy. Let's go. Vámonos. As we are diving into a 3v3 here against Sounder with his clan, Bud Air is going to be going up against a team of random players. Oh, actually pure random. Oh, lovely. As we spawn into Nefor 1, and in the bottom left hand corner we have team Bud, or clan Bud Air. We have Abadude. Oh god. Lovely. The team game ladder. We have Team Bud Air, including our viewer here, Sounder, which is going to be the teal Protoss player with his 2 teammates. And I believe, yeah, there is Bud Sneezer. Yeah, beautiful. Lovely. Down here towards the bottom left. And in the top right, we do have their opponents. We have Jayhound, we have Dewdrop, and we have Crockpot as well. For those who are curious, when it comes to the overall skill level, we are at around platinum/gold between all these players. So we'll see how we do dive into this. Now, I miss playing team games. Team games are always a lot of fun. I'll be honest, whenever I play team games, like, the brain turns off. Like, it's just, it's there's a lot of chaos, a lot of nonsense as well. This is going to be one of those maps where we are sharing our main base, which can be a little bit annoying at times when it comes to Zerg players. There's this kind of weird thing in team games where, unlike co-op, where in co-op you can build on top of creep with your teammates, in team games you can't. So it's kind of weird that, like, there's no consistency there. It would be nice if there was a little bit more cohesiveness, but yeah, we do have our Zerg player here that has to be a little bit more careful. I mean, both Zerg players when it comes to spreading creep. Do of course have our pocket bases here. There are rocks here just closing off this right-hand side and this left-hand side of the map. So we have some free pocket bases here. I believe the center bases are goal bases as well. Very exposed in the center of the map in the main attack path. I will see if anyone can or will try to take these golds as we're kind of easing into our game. Nothing too crazy happening at the moment, just openers overall. We have a couple of pings going on. We have probes fighting probes off towards the edge. We even have these island bases, island gold bases. Let's go. I miss island bases. It used to be more of a prevalent thing, and you know, apparently they're in the team game ladder here. As Sounder, Papi, we are going to be sneaking out. I didn't realize how many gold bases are there. Jesus, there's golds all over the place. My god, there's 4 gold bases in the center of the map, and then we have the ninja or the island bases that are also golds as well. So Sounder trying to race out a ninja base. I would imagine quite viable here as well. It's relatively off towards the side. We'll see if we do end up catching it. Meanwhile, I believe this is going to be 4 gates. We do have a 4-gate opener out of Jayhound. As we did delay Warp Gate to make this happen. So not the most efficient of openers, but very gateway heavy nonetheless. Again, we'll see if our right-hand team can get a read on this and figure out what is going on. Again, I do appreciate the island bases. We probably won't see it. Team games are often very chaotic, and I don't know how often we can get to the point where we can take the island bases, but if we do, I'd appreciate it. I would appreciate it. There's kind of a lot going on at once. My my senses are being attacked right now. I'm like, there's like numbers everywhere. What's everyone doing? We do have a 111 opener here from Butt Sneezer. 111 will be 4 CC, so not the best economy here from some of our players. We're going 2 base lair as well off of 3 gases. If I was watching a pro gamer here, I'd be like, yo, are they going for like the Hydra Rush? Are they going for the Miyamika build? From here, I can't tell. This is, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we rush into, if we make use of this lair, rush into Spire play, rush into Mutas, that'd be really cool. Can work quite well here in team games. Likewise, also getting into a really fast lair. So lair time is usually around the 4-minute 30 mark. We are sub 4 minutes and both players just racing into their lairs. I'm curious if we are like-minded if we do decide to rush into Mutas. I would imagine that's like probably a thing to do in team games. Behind this is going to be 4-gate charge into DTs. Okay, DT is going to be in the mix. Meanwhile, Sounder across the map going to be getting to additional gateways as well. Just making use of his warp gate, getting into charge as well. Okay, so both Protoss players are going into charge in their own way. We do have both Zerg players rushing into lairs in their own way. And when it comes to the Terran players, there's no Terran up here. Oh, my bad. When it comes to the Terran players, we are getting into mech. Lovely. Mech is pretty prevalent in the meta of at least 2v2. I don't know, because mech is so efficient, like if you get into like the competitive 2v2 scene, like mech is all the raids. Skytoss as well. I believe the best duo in 2v2 is mech and Skytoss working together, coming as one. So again, mech is quite valuable. Meanwhile, there's the Spire that we spoke about. So we are indeed rushing to the Spire, at least from the Zerg on the left-hand side. Zerg on the right, we're getting into Roaches. With +1 melee? Okay. As we have found the base, Sounder tried to sneak out that gold and did mine it for quite some time, but now we're going to be denying this gold base. Probe's going to be going down. Lings, they come in from behind as well. I'm loving the teamwork here as all 3 armies come together to punish Sounder as he is getting into the ninja. He does go for the hidden base for the island. Is gonna be punished quite hard though. Like does take a big blow to his economy, and Sounder, he gets knocked down to 1 mineral line. It's going to be very difficult to saturate the space. He's going to have to try to recall over as we do get a kill. So nice pick up, and again, good scout from our right-hand team. Again, our Zerg player, unfortunately, here, we're rushing into Swarm Host. I'm getting a lot of mixed signals. So we got the Roach Warren, but we got plus on melee. We're going into an Infestation Pit with a second Evo Chamber. I'm feeling maybe Swarm Host, but we have a Macro Hatcher. I'm just gonna look away from this Zerg player. I'll just... let him cook, Papi. Let him cook. We'll see what comes out. Bottom left, mutas are soon to be amassing, and there we go. 13 mutas are going to be on the way. It looked like the attack tried to penetrate the main wall here of Butt Team or Clan Butt Air, but we have Cyclones. I was not quite expecting this. So we have Mech, but we're getting to Battle Mech. Cyclone Hellion. I'm not too fond of this. I mean, it's not bad, don't get me wrong. It is a very mobile style, not as efficient as the more traditional form of mech I would imagine here, but we'll see what we can make use of this, how we can make use of this. Yo, we got Storm on the way towards the right-hand side. We're getting to a Gateway heavy style here from the right, from all of our Protoss players. I don't think we made use of the DTs. Yeah, Dark Templar were not morphed in. It's possible that they tried to break through, but we have Ravens just like camping here at the wall, so DTs weren't able to achieve too much. As rocks are being knocked down, and we are making our way towards some of these pocket bases. Gold is being taken. Again, we are still committed to make mutas soon to hit the field as well. Let's go as the mutas do move out. Meanwhile, Sounder has saturated this island base. I appreciate it, Sounder. I appreciate it. The Sounder's getting up and running. The base is getting up and running. Mutas have yet to move out, but it looks like we're just working together to shut down these rocks. Does Sounder have an army? No. The answer is no. I was like, oh, we're all working together to knock down the rocks, and I'm like, we have mutas, we have cyclones. Sounder has 1 zealot. Sounder, Papi. It's a team game. But what is the plan here actually as well? We have a Forge with +1. We have a couple of gateways. I was assuming we were maybe going to take into Skytos. Looks like we recalled towards top left. And to be fair, Sounder did lose his natural earlier. Like, he lost the goal base, so Sounder basically hasn't been a part of this game for quite some time here. He's here for moral support. I'm sure he's in voice with the guys, you know, he's chatting them up. As the mass muta flock does come in, we have 24 mutas, and what is our answer to the mutas as we wreak havoc here in the mineral line? What were we doing with this? We rushed into a hive. There's nothing. Oh no. Oh no. There's nothing here. We talked about like looking away from our orange Zerg player earlier, and there's not much here. The Queen's gonna be going down. There's no real tech either. The Stalker's gonna be able to keep up, but we have lost a lot of workers. The goal base is still up and running. We have an economy, but what else do we have other than an economy? Not much. Not much, unfortunately. The mutas, they just go ham here, and we are eliminating this red or this orange Zerg player. We are massing Lings. That's a lot of Lings. True. We have a lot of Lings, but base is going to be falling. Meanwhile, back at home, we are transitioning out of Cyclone into Thor. So Thor production has commenced. Back at home, Butt Sneezer's just chilling. Our red Terran player, he's just taking more bases, just expanding. Sounder, I'm sure will soon make some units. I'm sure he'll make like another Zealot at some point and double his army size as we do get into the mineral line, and more drones going to be going down here as we shut down the bases of a Dewdrop of the Orange Zerg. Ling run by, runs into the Hellions, run to the Cyclones, not like this. And it does feel, oh, Sounder, he had a prison. He had a prison. It does feel like that our red Zerg player here it's putting in a lot of work. What else do we have to work with? What are we working with here? We have Storm, we have Blink Stalkers, a Gateway heavy army. We haven't transitioned into Skytos or Robotech. It's just gateways here. Just Blink Stalkers and Storm. I mean, Storm has potential. I do think that the only way we can bring this down is with Storm. How many mutas? 32. Oh my god. 32 mutas. Also, it would make sense actually. Sounder, are you feeding the Zerg player? That would make sense. That would make sense here if Sounder was giving all of his money to the Zerg. If so, then okay, that makes sense. As the Mutaflock is getting across the maze here. 32 mutas in total. It's an apocalypse of mutas as we are just wreaking havoc here towards the top left. And again, we can't really do much. Oh, you missed your DT? Oh, okay. Okay, Sander. Okay. Okay. Cross map main army is going to be clashing, but we're running into mech, and yeah, we're just going to be running into a wall of Thors, a wall of Cyclones as well. Not like this. And hey, I mean, at least this ninja base, or at least the island base was taken. You know, I do appreciate that, at least, Sander. Do appreciate it. It looks like we are transitioning into Skytoss. There we go. Double Stargate, fleet beacons on the way. We are working towards carriers, and yeah, unfortunately, just at the moment, our top right hand team is really struggling here. Again, they don't really have a good answer for these mutas. When they saw them, we should have been seeing a transition into Phoenixes. Ideally, like Phoenixes, maybe a more Archon heavy composition and go for an all-in across the map. At least these two Protoss players have an economy to work with, like they're in a way trying to hold their own. But as they're struggling to deal with the mutas, like the mech army is still amassing. And honestly, it's almost as if like both the Zerg player and this Terran player can kind of 1v2 on their own. They're having their way with this, and that's a lot of mutas. Jesus. That's still only 32. Still haven't made more than that. There it is. Skytoss now on the way here for our purple Protoss. Second Stargate in production to help deal with these mutas. As the orange Zerg is going to be knocked down to one base. Knocked down to one base, Papi. At least what I do appreciate about team games is that you can feed your teammates. You can like send resources if they do need it, if they do request it. But yeah, this is getting a bit out of hand. this is becoming a bit much. Well, we haven't even spoken about this, like the mech army that's amassing. That's soon gonna push out. Like we're about to max here from our red Terran. Oh, Smurge, Papi, Smurge. But yeah, I wonder if we're ever gonna get a new team game map pool. I know that the team game map pool has been a little bit stale and has been left idle for years, I think. I don't know if there's much interest in it, but yeah, it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting. One can only hope. One can only hope. We can revitalize the team games. It's a little bit. I'm sure if like team games are a little bit more competitive, then I'm sure there'd be more push for it. But yeah, I mean, I guess they aren't bad. I would imagine. I don't get to play team games that often. No. So just following the mutas. You know, back at him. That's Jesus. Wait, how many High Templar do we have? Oh, as we are going to be recalling over towards the left-hand side, we have how many? 15 in total. 15 High Templar. Jesus. That's a lot of storms. I'm ready for the frame. I'm ready for the frames to drop. I'm ready for the mass storm. And for the game to crash. Oh my, I mean, that's the way to deal with mutas. That's 50 mutas, by the way. 50 mutas here from our blue Zerg player. Show us the storm. Make it rain, Bobby. Make it rain. As mutas are pushing in, we're trying to catch him. Rotating around. And it looks like that Templar. Oh, some of them do overextend. We do graze the army at the same time. The mech army pushing on the right-hand side. We do have some chargelets. We do have some chargelets here from Sounder as we are pushing in on the right-hand side. Likewise, the mutas just distracting a lot of these High Templar. And honestly, High Templar could be quite useful here in the defense. We have some storms being thrown down, but there aren't as many available here. Storms knocked down here on those Hellbats. The yellow Protoss army is coming into support. Zealots are busting in. I mean, the Zerg player at this point, there's just not much left for the orange Zerg. They did have a rough time here in this game. Storms on Thors doing what they can, but the Thors, they just sit in them. They don't even care. Big feedbacks though. Loving the feedbacks on the Ravens, but the Thors, they just stand in the Thors. They don't even care. They like it, Puppy. They like the storms. As our orange Zerg player is going to be eliminated. Yeah, we will just be snowballing out of control. We have Skytoss on the way, but a little bit too late, and we're getting to Void Rays of all things, unfortunately, and Chi-Chi is going to get called. And yeah, it's going to be our first game. It's going to be our first game, Poppy. Again, don't expect anything too serious here. GG and Clan Butt Air. We'll take it. We'll take it, Poppy. GG. GG, well played. Again, I appreciate it, Sounder, that you did at least take the goal. You took the hidden base, the island base. I knew you would. I knew you would. Of course you would. Beautiful, beautiful. They would make full use of it. Took quite some time to make use of it, but Yeah, I appreciate it nonetheless. And, you know, you don't get to see 15 meters often. You know, you get to see that every day. So I appreciate it. GG. Now, I was looking forward to the 4v4 because, fun fact, this 4v4 actually has another... Oh, this is going to be a little bit lopsided. Has another one of our viewers in the chat. I don't know if he's in the chat, but Jadolf, the dolphin himself, is going to be jumping in a 4v4. I'm ready for it. Hello, T-Bits. Hello. And in the top left, we have Clan Butt Air. We have featuring Sounder and Jadolf in the top left. Jadolf, for those who are unaware, is a Masters Terran player. And towards the bottom right, we have a new team. It looks like a clan, though. I believe they're all on Clan Kyber. Okay, so the previous team may have been like randoms. I'm not too sure, but here, like, these clearly have queued up with each other. So we have pre-made versus pre-made. And what is this? Hidden caves? Have I seen this map before? I have, okay. Interesting. I'm loving the aesthetic. There's Zonaga here towards the center. We have a lot of bases to take. This is a much larger map compared to the 3v3 map, let me tell you. As we are taking the pylon on the center of the map, but we're pulling back so we're not proxying. Okay, you have my attention. Forge, cannon rush. Wait, what? Wait, what? We have a forge first here from our pink Protoss player, and we throw it on the pylon, but we pull back so we're not cannon rushing. We're pulling a sounder. We're going for like a forge fast expand. Interesting. The other interesting thing here is, okay, we do have some pocket bases on the right hand, not even pocket bases, based on the right hand side. No bases on the left. This is actually a really awkward map to expand on. Where does the green player expand? So you have this base here for the orange player, you have this base here for the pink, and what, does green have to expand up here? That's so far away. That's so awkward. But I guess so. I guess these bases are for these two players. Oh my god, as we're rushing into double gas. Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay. We have rushed into gas production. It looks like maybe two base layer to get into two base muta. We could try to rush into fast hydras. We could go into a roach rush as well. Meanwhile, we do see Sounder across the map going for a wall here with a forge. Soon to be a cannon wall, I imagine. So again, great minds think alike. Cannons are on the way, and okay, we are just setting up the cannons defensively back at home. And we are just walling up here as well. Ooh, this is awkward. Okay, so it looks like Jadolf is going for this base on the left, even further far away. Yo, you gotta get your bases sorted. What's going on? We saw this teal player earlier. I imagine with this fast layer, it's gonna be two base muta again. I imagine it's gonna be massing mutas as we saw previously. I imagine our Terran player here is gonna be going 1-1-1 into mech again. Meanwhile, Jadolf, he's also known for mech play. I wouldn't be surprised. And yeah, there it is. Second factory is on the way. So mech from Jadolf as well. So mech from both Terran players. We have soon to be mutas from the Zerg. And Sounder is just walling up and cannoning up this wall to make sure we're safe and secure on our bases. So we've all got our plan. We all got like our kind of role here to play. Across the map, these fast gases were for a Spire, so okay, it's all coming together, it's all making sense. So two base Spire here out of our yellow Zerg player. Our green Protoss going for 4-gate blink or 4-gate play on one base, by the way. Oh, again, I do think it's just really awkward to expand for our player here. I don't think it's like clear or the most intuitive thing to recognize, like, guys, where am I meant to expand? It's meant to be up here instead. Oh, we have a lot of Protoss, actually. A lot of Protoss getting involved. We have a Dark Trend on the way from Sounder. DTs. I don't think I've ever played on this map. I played a couple of 4v4s before, but yeah, this map, it's so misty. I like it. Like, you can see, like, the Overlord, like, hidden in the clouds. I appreciate it. I don't I could be mistaken, but at least in recent years, I don't recall a map on the ladder having this. Having, like, these effects up in the air. Like, actually cladding units, whether it's Overlords or Medivacs or Ravens. Maybe in the older map pool, maybe like, or maps like Frost. Maybe in the older maps, but like in recent years, I don't recall that. So we are going to be committing here to Blink Stalkers. Mutas are amassing. Spire on the way for the Teal Zerg, as we mentioned. So yeah, we kind of have a better idea on how this team plays. As we do have our Protoss team working together, pushing on the left-hand side. We do catch a Cyclone. We're getting in position. Terran mech team getting in position here. We do have a tank on the low ground looking very exposed, by the way. Tank volley is going to be going up. We'll clean up the Marines. Oh, we do take some big volleys though, but the tank should go down. Again, very little to support. Bearing in mind that the Teal Zerg player doesn't have an army, does have mutas on the horizon, so unable to support this here. Boys are being pulled. Pretty good damage being done here by the Protoss with the Cyclones. They come in from behind. We clean up all the Stalkers, and we will shut this down. It did cost us a couple of SCVs, even mutas coming in from behind. The scary thing here, though, is that I do think that we have a better economy. Like, the team on the left-hand side, top left, has a better economy here, and bottom right is still just getting into their 2 bases. Yeah, as the DT harass, oh my god, getting a lot of damage done. We have 10 kills, 9 drones, and 1 queen. And yeah, just unfortunately, there's just no detection here. We can produce Overseers. We do have a lair. But this is getting a lot done. Meanwhile, behind this, that's a lot of Stalkers. Well, this is basically a 1 base all in from our green Protoss player. Just mass blink Stalker from most of our Protoss players here. Blink Stalkers aren't bad, but they don't scale amazingly. We spoke about it earlier, but Skytoss can be really strong in team games, and so far we haven't really seen anyone go Skytoss. Not yet. So our Teal Zerg getting into their 3rd base. You have Jadolf working towards his own 3rd as well. All players just going to be expanding, setting things up. Getting into blue flame. So it's going to be Battle Mech here from Jadolf. We have actually Bio from our red Terran, not Mech. Okay, we're not stepping on each other's toes. Could we Bio this time? Stim, Marines. This makes me want to play team games. This makes me want to play team games again. Well, it makes me want to ladder. To have mutas coming in from the right hand side. We do have a better economy here this time, but we've been able to recover from losing so many workers against those DTs. But the muted cloud is in favor of our Teal Zerg player. We can force this back. We do catch the Overseer. At the same time, the Mass Blink Stalker pushing in. There is 1 tank in the back line. A big volley is going to be going up. It's so bright. Jesus. it's my eyes. As the Stalkers, they push in. They do get on top of the tank. It will go down. But these Cyclones are going ham. Oh my god. And they just chew their way through so many of these Stalkers. Yeah, the mutas, they come in to clean up. And every single Stalker going to be going down. Again, there was potential with this push, but it was only 2 armies worth of Stalkers. Funada, this green Protoss player. I was like, I see 2 colors of Stalkers. Where's the 3rd set of Stalkers? Yo, there's so much here. If we had pushed with everything, I think we can break the Terrans. I think we could have broken through the Terrans, especially bearing in mind that the mutas were busy at the time. There would have been potential here. Papi, Odysseus, what's going on? Your team needed you. And now we're pushing in on our own, and suddenly significantly a weaker army here from the green Protoss. We can apply some pressure, but again, much easier to deal with only 1 player. Jadolf is going to be coming in. Mutas to support. But for the most part, we should be able to hold on to this here. Tanks are getting on top of the high ground. Getting onto the high ground. We have a couple of Immortals in the mix. Immortals, they will help quite a bit against Mech. But that's also where I would have said that, like, again, something like Carriers would have been really good to see. Really cool to see. from either of these Protoss players. For the most part, we're just committed to a ground-based army. Likewise, we're also still committed to Muta play. That's a lot of hatcheries. That's one way to spend our minerals, I guess. True. We could just take another base, but it's fine. Yes, we are just taking the map. We are just taking the map behind this here. We have the Ultra Cavern on the way. So it's going to be Muta into Ultra. That's a decent chunk of Archons that have been amassing. Have these Archons all been morphed in from DTs? No shot. It's Houndo. They have been. Oh, lovely. All the DTs. The armies are going to be clashing. Again, these Stalkers can trade well against just pure Archon. As they do push forward, they force it back. At the same time, Jadal pushing in towards the south alongside our Bioterran player as well. Oh, we could even go for a bit of a base trade here. Yeah, we're going to be committing the Mass Blink Stalker from all three Protoss armies. We're going to be able to break through. The Archons are going to be falling. The Stalkers, sorry, the Muta's going to be struggling on their own. And in the Mutas, they come in from behind as well. We collapse here on this army. And here comes the Terran. The surround gets surrounded. As the Cyclones and Marines, they stim on forward. We catch two of these Protoss armies. Oh, the Mutas on their own, they can't really hold a candle against a bio, against all these Marines and Cyclones. Yeah, and it looks like the Stalkers, we've run out of steam, pushing into tanks of all things, pushing into mech. Only the Mutas make it through. The push had potential, but again, like I do think that there was like greater potential or a really good chance to break the left-hand side if all the players were working together. It's the green Protoss. Shaking my head. So we're going to be coming in. We do take down some of these bases. We went Mass Ultra. No more Mutas. Going into Mass Ultra. Let's go. Marines pushing across the map, running into a wall of cannons. These bases are pretty heavily fortified. So we're going to bleed out a lot of Marines in the process. No Medevacs, unfortunately, to support ourselves. As the Mutas, they do find another base. Here we go. The Cyclones, they come in to support the Cyclowns. Poppy, we're here. And we can force our way in. Yeah, we drop in towards the base. The Medevacs have arrived. Tanks are pushing forward as well. The Jade off carry. As he is breaking through. The Muta's doing what they can, but again, Mass Muta against Marine and Cyclone, it's not ideal. Fun fact, the new Cyclone actually fares quite well against Muta because of their high attack rate. Sure, their range is lower, but the DPS is quite high. Does do well against all those Mutas, and yeah, we're going to be able to clean everything up. We catch the rallying Mutas. They race back home to run into Marines. The Thors are here. The Ultras, they want to be involved as well. They're coming. Oh, I remember when I used to Mass Ultra. Good times. We're kind of getting stuck with each other. It's fine. Rolling in, and for the most part, the bases have been broken. Like, the Muta count was reset. The Stalkers as well. We do see Sounder now getting into Skytoss, but I don't know if we're going to be able to see a carrier. I don't know if we're going to make it that far. As we are pushing in. Esther Jadolf. Further proof. Fun fact, Jadolf, he's always in the chat. He's always trying to say, like, Papi, I don't play mech. I never play mech. Copium. Shout out to Jadolf, by the way. He's an Australian Terran player. Australia. He's one of our own. One of our own. As we're breaking on through. No GG. No GG. As they're pushing in towards the final bases here. Next side going down again. There's just not much of an army left. Oh, shout out to the pink Protoss. GG. And Omega. Let's go. Oh, yo, we have Void Race on the way. GG does get called, and Team Bud Air does take the game. GG. I think the last time we played team games on stream, when was that? That was like 2021. I think I did team games with Yaku and with Asher like a couple of years ago. It was fun. It was fun. But we don't really have a lot of time to play team games together anymore. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But GG nonetheless. Duh. As again, we were just kind of breaking the ice here with some of these team games. Enjoying some of these maps as well. But all right, now let's go. Now we have some 1v1s. Now we can judge a little bit more. The final game redeemed here by Sounder. The final game here is going to be a 1v1 on Equilibrium. Let's go. I imagine the suggested next strat is from Team. Yes, that is true. Oh, I don't know if you've seen it. But yeah, we do have a point redemption where you can. That's how we play team games. Is we have strategies from the chat, and the chat was not kind. Was it'd be stuff like, I don't know, they'd be asking us to off race, or what was a good one? I think one was like pure like sky units. What was another one? I think was that we had to stay on creep. we could only stay on creep in 2v2s. Was another good one. So we could only fight on creep. What was another one? Like Asher could only make Vikings. Like I could only make like lurkers or something. Mono battle stuff. It was fun. Fun times. Chat has very good ideas. You're all animals, Bob. You're all animals. The off racing was the worst one. Like I have awful off race because I never play it. So there'd be stuff like Asher plays Zerg and I'll play Terran, and I'd be useless. I'd just actually be useless. But here we go. We're getting into another one of our lovely viewer replays. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have our Australian Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Clan Budair. It is Sounder. Curious way to pronounce GM. Cap. And in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. It is Norbert. Here we go. We're loading into Equilibrium. Sounder, you're still going for a Forge Fast Expands? If so, I'm going to Fanata you. We've talked about this. We do have a hatch first set up here from Norbert. We're going to be seeing a gate set up here from Sounder as we do go for a scout across the map. Here we go. Now, as a bit of a heads up as well, I don't know if this is the case. Maybe Sounder can confirm. The other day, Sounder did message me and about viewer replay cast, and did say something along the lines of, "Oh, I'm gonna get wasted. I'm gonna have drinks tonight. Then I'll redeem some replays." I'm like, I don't know if that's applicable to this replay. I think it might be. I don't know. So I don't know what I'm about to walk into. Esther Sounder. So going for a probe scout across the map, just confirming that there's no 12 pool. Ooh, bit of an overreaction there from Norbert here. Diving on that probe is going to force some lost mine time, so not a bad start here for Sounder. Again, just making sure that there's no extra gases, that there's no 12 pool or 13-12 or gas first. And it does also confirm that the goal base hasn't been taken. That's a really big thing here on Equilibrium. A bit of a PSA for the people in the chat is that Zerg players or players in general can try to rush into this goal base as their natural or as their third or as their fourth. Very important to keep an eye on this and to be aware of when and where that happens. As across the map, it is going to be a gate into Cyber into 4, so a big delay on the expansion here for Sounder. Once again, just going for a very safe opener. As I say that, we do have a proxy pylon, and this is poised for a proxy Stargate. Proxy Stargate Void Ray is more of a thing in PvT, is actually meta, and we actually see that pop up from time to time from players like Hero, from players like Classic. Like they have mixed it in the new patch. The reason why we see it in PvT is because if you're a long-time fan of StarCraft, you would have known that Proxy Void Ray was very much so a thing back in 2020, before the nerf. Back in like the Moon Dance meta and the map pool before that. The reason for this though is that, I mean, the reason why it fell off was because it was nerfed. There was a change to the shield batteries. Shield batteries now start with less energy when they're being proxied like this, and likewise I want to believe the the production time was increased for Void Rays. There was a change to the Void Ray as well, so there was like a couple of changes designed to shut down proxy Void Ray, but in the new patch, the reason why it's kind of risen in popularity is because of the change to the Cyclone. Cyclones are suddenly less reliable when it comes to dealing with Void Rays in PvT, and you do have to rely a lot more on Vikings and positional play and, of course, scouting. This isn't really done too often against Zerg. As Lings do scout this and do spot this, we're going for the pylon. Sounder is going to be able to keep it alive. The first Void Ray is going to be on the way. Oh, as a pylon does drain a lot of that energy already on that first shield battery. Second shield battery going to be running out of energy. Void Ray still on the way. It's still 70% of the way done. And can we deny this? It's going to be close. Up the pylon. The pylon gets surrounded. We're trying to keep it alive, and it looks like the Void Ray is going to be denied. Oh my god, it was merely seconds away. We're going to start. Oh, let's go. The pylon is still actually in production though, so it looks like we're going to be able to repower this. The Void Ray is going to get back up and running. It does pop out. Oh, Norbert maybe celebrating a little bit too soon there. Didn't focus on that pylon initially, and it looks like we will save this. The proxy will continue. Behind this Norbert. Oh my god, wait, what? As the proxy does continue, behind this Norbert, woefully underprepared. Okay, we do have 3 queens. We are not connecting the bases. We went into double Evo chamber with a Roach Warren. Not ideal here, as we do need to focus on queen production. Queens are paramount here, and we do deal a lot of damage to that first Void Ray already. Behind this, no expansion. Sounder is pretty all in with this. And Norbert has actually not a decent economy here. We aren't saturated in our main. We aren't saturated here at our natural. We are lacking a little bit. As we do bring down the Stargate, it will fall. So from here, Norbert should be droning. We should be droning or not. We should be taking another base. When I say that, though, we should also be confirming whether or not Sounder is also expanding. As he is. Sounder is backing up, getting into a 4-gate setup on 2 bases. Again, a very late expansion here for Sounder. So Norbert has map control. Once he recognizes that he has map control, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take the gold. We're taking a 3rd base, which again isn't bad either, but especially on a map like Equilibrium, may as well double down. Like, you have such a way to get a boosted economy on this map. Unfortunately, we're not taking advantage of it, but again, taking a 3rd base isn't a bad option either. 3rd base on the way. Lings are fanning out. Looks like we are checking for the gold as well. We have an Overlord in position. So good scouting overall by Norbert. Does confirm the gateways on the way. Void Ray comes back in. Gets a worker kill. The Queen's are going to be able to force this back in. Oh god, this Void Ray is so low. No, it's slowed down. The prismatic alignment. The prismatic alignment does slow down the Void Ray, and it will go down in the main. It's a good pick off there by Norbert. As he's getting set up here on these 3 bases. Meanwhile, Sounder back at home, I believe, threw down additional gateways. Initially, it was 4 gates, but now he's on 6 gateways. So 6 gates. We have a Robo, we have a Bay on the way. No Twilight Council, which makes this a little bit awkward. If we're committing this hard to gateways, if this was a pro gamer, and I was assuming that we would be seeing these 6 gates, it would be like a Soul Train, like Sentries and Immortals. Here, these gateways have a little bit less value just because there's no Twilight Council. Without Blink, Charge, or Glaives, these vanilla gateway units are not as potent as they otherwise would be. So it looks like maybe Sounder was maybe a little bit worried, a little bit scared, just because he had lost a little momentum. It was like panic, maybe throwing down all these gateways, and as a result did delay his Twilight Council, which tells me that Norbert has a lot of free time. It does mean that Sounder, he's kind of stuck at home for a while, and this is where the Zerg player needs to be taking advantage of this. Now we take that I mean, we're taking the gold, which I think is again a good move just because we have so much map control, but Norbert is missing out on droning. We're not actually spinning our lava. We are not supply blocked, by the way, but now we're making workers. Our macro has been slipping here, and we haven't been able to drone up as much as we should. As a result, even though Sounder is stuck on 2 bases, even though we have a 4th on the way, Norbert actually doesn't have an amazing economy. Has a pretty similar economy compared to Sando, actually. So his macro going to be slipping a little bit. Again, maybe just a little bit concerned about, Sky toss, about the Void Rays that he saw earlier. And Sounder is building up towards Colossi towards charge. We're building up a death ball of an army. I'm curious if Sando intends to push out on 2 bases or if we take a third. We'll see. If we do take a third, again, the gold is always an option, depending on how we want to approach this. Colossi are amassing. And back at home, what army are we working with? Do we have any upgrades either? Okay, so we're just now taking our gases. We are heavily overdrawn here in the main base, and we haven't made use of our tech. There's no roach speed, there's no upgrades from these Evo chambers either. I'm still not entirely sure, like, what kind of army we want to work with here for Norbert, because we haven't, like, committed to any upgrades. Like, it could be, like, melee upgrades into a Baneless, into Ling Bane, into Hive Tech. We could still throw in, like, a Hydra Den. Like, it's... Yeah, again, our Mako is slipping. Like, honestly, we had a really good start. Like, I'll be honest. Like, our Zerg player here had a really good start, shutting down the proxy, containing our opponent, and double expanding. But the way that we're spending our money is what's hurting us right now. You can see Norbert banking up quite a lot and having a lot of lava here. We do have that Hydrogen on the way. And we are going to be refocusing our attention with these workers, thankfully, a little bit at least. As there we go, the boys are being sent elsewhere. But yeah, tech-wise, we're a little bit all over the place, and it's still a little bit not so cohesive. I still don't even know what we want to make. If we want to get into Ling Hydra, if we want to go into... Oh, no! Oh, he forgot! No shot! Norbert throwing down 2 more Evo chambers. Did forget about the tech that he already had here at the natural. Did slip his mind. And it looks like we are going to be committing to Hydras. Meanwhile, Sando's taking a third. Now, what's concerning here is that it looks like we're taking up towards Ling Hydra. What's good against Ling Hydra? Colossus, papi. We have 3 Colossi already out. If we really wanted to, we could double down and just keep making Colossus behind this as well. We are pretty well set up against a light-based army, and that is what happens to be what Norbert is working towards. Norbert has seen the Colossus. He did have his Overlord within vision. He even double checks here as well. Upon seeing these Colossi, that should force a reaction here. Like, Hydras don't do too well against this. There we go. We're going for a Spire. Interesting. Interesting choice. Back in the day, fun fact, Spire play, and even Corruptors were actually an option against Colossus. Back in Heart of the Storm, I remember that Corruptors were seen from time to time, just because, of course, Colossi count as like air units because of how high up they are. Going into Mutas would be interesting in this position. The problem here is that it's so late. Like, it's a late tech structure. It's going to take quite some time to get into Mutas. We don't have a lot of gas. Our gas income here is hurting, as we haven't gone into these gases at the natural. So whether it's Mutas, whether we even threw down a Lurker Den, which is what I would have preferred, is we already have the Hydras rush into Hydra Lurker Viper, right? Like, that's the ideal against ground toss. We don't really have the economy to sustain this here. We have access to the Rich Vespine Gas Geyser as well, which would be amazing. We're able to make use of that. And Sando is working on a 4th Colossus. From here, if we even just refine this army with either sentries or even some Archons, like, we could move out quite soon. Even being down in army supply, like, we have a much more efficient army. As a heads up, sentries are ideal here because there are no Ravagers. Specifically against a Ling Bane Hydra-based army, you can have your way with this. You can make like a wave of like 5 sentries, force field, and just slice this army up and go to town. That's the big disadvantage of going for this kind of composition, is that you have no way to deal with that kind of scenario. Now, thankfully for Norbert, we're not actually investing into something like sentries, but like that is like something that is quite effective here against Ling Bane Hydra specifically. As we are going to be confirming the army composition, we do get eyes on the Ling Bane Hydra. And we're going for a Sky Toss transition. This isn't a bad option either. The sentries would be a good option if we wanted to hit a timing, if we wanted to push out and end the game. If we wanted to just slow the game down, take a 4th, take a 5th, and out macro the opponents, then Sky Toss like is the way to go. This, especially because like in the back of our mind, we could be thinking that this is going to be leading into Lurker play. If that's the case, especially because we haven't scouted, if that's the case, then Sky Toss would be like a mature decision, just to like, you know, stabilize and get into carriers and mothership and all that good stuff, as we have a 5th Colossus on the way, which is getting a bit excessive. So just a bit. So this isn't a bad option. We have an Arc Shrine on the way as well to help harass. Meanwhile, when it comes to Norbert's composition, he is incorporating Corruptors. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if his idea to deal with Colossus is Corruptor, which, I mean, it kind of works. It's going to work in a couple of different ways. One, I mean, sure, it shoots Colossus, but two, Sounder happens to be going into Skytoss, so Corruptors, they're going to be valuable there as well. So, like, per chance, like, we do see Norbert actually taking in a direction that is going to help him in more ways than one. As we are just amassing our army. Pushing into this is going to be difficult. Now, we are very Zealot heavy. Without any Archons, that's the other reason why you would ideally have Archons here, is because Archons do amazing soaking Ling Bane, just because they're so tanky. Otherwise, we can collapse on this. Baneling Speed isn't done yet. A bit of an anti-timing Banelings. They roll in, they try to connect, but we are crashing into mainly Stalkers and Colossus. Oh, the Ling Bane is annihilated. The Banelings, they did not connect with the Zealots, and Norbert loses everything. The Corruptors, they come in, but too little too late. Too little too late. They kill one Colossus, but we have 4 left. We have 4 Colossus left, and we can push in. And again, unfortunately, that was a bit of an anti-timing. Norbert, he attacked seconds before Baneling Speed finished. That was so unfortunate. Baneling Speed was just about to finish as the fight ended. That would have helped when it came to engaging with the Zealots. Ideally, want the Banelings to connect with the Zealots and the rest of the army to deal with everything else. But that engage was a little bit disjointed, and now Norbert, he's in a lot of trouble. That's a lot of Banelings. Oh my god, 47 Banelings! We can deal with this. The Zealots at least. Yeah, the Zealots, they get annihilated. We roll into the main army as well, and it looks like we barely crashed through the line of Stalkers, but we still have a ground army left over. Again, Stalkers do an amazing job at tanking Baneling shots. It takes so many Banelings to kill a Stalker, and we can still break through anyway. That was almost a hold from Norbert, but Sando is going to be able to snowball out of control, does bust into the natural base, is going to be able to camp the production. We have 20 Lings on the way, and again, against Colossus, they are going to struggle to really close the gap. Queen's going to be coming in, and yeah, we have Zealots to deal with that as well. We never did end up transitioning into Skytoss. We had the tech for it, but Sando went for the ground to push anyway. Was a little bit harder as a result, but made his way through nonetheless. And the Colossus, they will be reigning supreme. We do get on top of the base. Hatchery going to be going down. The boys are being pulled into Colossus. The swipes go off. We have a couple of DTs that want to get in the mix as well. Again, Sounder, he has pulled this off. It was a shaky start, not gonna lie. The proxy Stargate did not pay off whatsoever. We crashed into one of the Colossus. But we were able to recover from there. And again, on the flip side of things, Norbert wasn't able to take full advantage of the map control that he had, and his economy was quite shaky behind this, unfortunately, to be able to take full advantage of the advantage or of the lead that he had at the start of the game. Sounder was able to come back. Again, solid macro overall from Sounder. GG, Sounder will take it in the end. My PSA to you, Sounder, don't proxy Void Ray Zerg, okay? What are you doing? But GG nonetheless. You gave yourself a harder time with your opener, Poppy. Harder time. GG, well played. Sounder will take down Norbert. Catching up. There was a post on r/allthingsprotoss saying to boycott Colossus. What? Wait, what? Oh my god. I don't know what happens on Reddit. I hear about it from time to time. I don't know. I don't really indulge. Tell your tale. GG. GG. With that, thank you, Sounder. Thank you for your redeemed replays. I do appreciate it. I appreciate what you were trying to do in that game as well. But up next, we do have a replay redeemed from another one of our viewers by ARJ Skater. ARJ Skater, he has been a long-time viewer here from back in the early days of COVID, like 2020-ish. He drops by every now and then. He's not as active as he used to be, unfortunately, but did redeem a replay a couple of days ago. It is going to be a PVZ actually. Oh, I'm ready for it. Gibbs, papi. Let's go. On Alcyone. What league is that? League of Legends. True. I'm catching up. Catching up in the chat. This morning, in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing clan Kirktown. I believe that is Dave Testa's clan. It is ARJ Skater. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have this opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player. It is Come At Me, bro. Get him, papi. Again, ARJ Skater, slightly, oh my god, as we're going for a cannon rush. And I believe we can cannon rush. So, ARJ Skater is slightly ahead MMR-wise compared to Sounder. I want to say Sounder's around gold, ARJ Skater's around platinum. And we are going to be sneaking this probe out across the map. Forge on the way, and the cannon rush soon to be upon us. Now, how committed are we going to be to the cannon rush is the question. Are we going to be proxying the Robo, proxying a Stargate alongside it? Are we just cannon rushing to... I mean, this shouldn't be for an expansion, especially with the Forge on the high ground. We check, we scout, let's go. Come at me, bro. He does confirm the pylon. He is aware. He's going for another base. Do we go for the gold is the question. There are gold bases here on Alcyone. Dark is one to expand and take the gold base on the left-hand side, even the other side of the ramp, or the wall even. Cannon soon to be on the way. This drone, where are we headed? Looks like we're not going for the gold. We're going for a proxy hatch across the map. Okay. Very quick reaction here out of Come At Me, bro. Gases are being taken. Proxy hatch on the way. Cannons being thrown down. ARJ Skater not aware that this base isn't being taken. He's going to be checking the third base locations. Upon not seeing any bases here, he should be checking the goal bases and then should be checking back at home. He should be checking. Lings are seen moving out across the map. We need some cannons back at home to be able to survive this. Gateway on the way. And I'm concerned that we won't have anything in time here. The probe does get eyes on these Lings. We are aware. We have a Zealot on the way. For the time being, no Cyber Core, so we can't actually invest into anything else. Cannon now in production. But the Lings are getting in. The Lings, they will get in. Just barely. The probe does try to wall off, but 1 second too late. A little bit misplaced as well. Cannon going to be going down. And we can shut down this entire location. Zealot is on the way, but I think we should be able to get the pylon. Uh-oh. Boys, they are being pulled. Can we save the pylon? We have to. Zealot does arrive. The pylon goes down, but we do repower the gateway. And the Zealot does make it out in time. And we don't really lose any probes. So far, good defense behind this. Roach Warren is on the way. Now, unfortunately, Come At Me Bro is only on 1 gas, so we can't actually afford that many Roaches. From here, we did need to take the second gas geyser as well to commit to Roaches and even Ravagers. So our follow-up is a little bit less than ideal, but we are moving out across the map with Lings. But we do need a cannon. We do need to respect this. Do we get eyes on the creep? He still doesn't know. ARJ Skater, he still is unaware of the proxy hatch. Cybercore on the way. Lings have arrived. Now, to be fair, we're not actually making use of this. It'd be great to see like a queen to spread creep and to deny any other bases and to expand back at home elsewhere or even take the gold. Instead, we are just flooding Lings and a handful of Roaches. A macro hatch on the way. Oh, did we not hockey the second hatchery? Uh-oh. Like we have... we may not have hockeyed this because we aren't making use of that larva. As Lings, they do get in, they do force a cancel. Sorry, that was a kill on the cannon. Do slip in towards the mineral line. Zealots, unfortunately, here are slow. They're going to try to keep up. Oh, this won't be a good fight for the Lings, though. Yeah, the Zealots, they should clean this up. Not a single Zealot will fall. Lings moving out across the map. Roaches have revealed themselves as well. And we have a wall of cannons, a wall of shield batteries on the way. Now with the Cybercore, we can make Stalkers. Forge is getting low. There we go. Queen is on the way. As the Lings have arrived. Shield battery still not done. On top of that, we are out of range of the overcharge. Will not have an overcharge available. The Lings, they do break in. The Forge goes down. No more cannons. The Forge is being replaced. Now, these Lings, they do get a full scout off. They do slip into the main, but there's no Ling speed, unfortunately. So these Lings can't really do too much. Again, without the second gas, guys, we do have limited gas income here, and we don't really have that many roaches to work with. But there we go. Ravager's now on the way. Kamami Bro's on a bit of a timer. I'll be honest. We've casted a game like this before. Not quite like this. Well, we've seen like a base trade end, and we've seen specifically Starduck survive with like 5 probes against a 3 basing Zerg player. But you know what Starduck had? He had 3 Void Rays in a dream. He had 3 Void Rays in a dream. It was Starduck versus Ender like 2 years ago. And Starduck was able to win that game, by the way, by counterattacking with his 3 Void Rays, by getting across the map, killing the Queens. And without Queens, there was no anti-air. So I've seen this. I know what's about to happen. So this is dangerous here as the Void Ray count is slowly getting higher. And we are investing quite heavily here into Ling Roach. And without sufficient anti-air, like ARJ Skater, he can pop off. Like, I've seen GMs die to 3 Void Rays is what I'm trying to say. I've seen... Aye. As the depths are moving out. Behind this, AJ Skater going to be investing into Void Ray and Robo. This should be for Immortal production, but we'll see. Clouds not going to be hitting here. We do dodge them. The Red Ravager is amassing. But again, we are on a timer here, and I feel like we have to be a little bit more assertive. Either that or expand behind this. Speaking of, ARJ Skater does sneak out an Adept. Adept does slip by. Unfortunately, there's a Queen here to deal with it, and one Adept does 2-shot drones. We're going to be able to focus down some of them, though. Not bad. The control. Up. We get 2. Up. Soon to be 3. Across the map. Up. Void Ray did fall. Looks like we were able to bile it down. Are we looking? Oh, not quite. Second Void Ray goes down. ARJ Skater a little bit distracted by his Adept control across the map. Both Void Rays do fall. And I do appreciate this from Kamami Bro. Upon seeing all the Void Rays, we're making Queens. We're making 3 Queens at a time. We are making some anti-air. How does ARJ Skater fight back from here? If he had built up his Void Ray count, I can see it happening. I can believe. Now I'm not so sure. Like, Kamami Bro has a pretty terrifying army. Unless our Zerg player tries to push up this ramp into this wall of cannons. And let's say, like, A move up the ramp and lose everything. Like, I can see that happening, too. Oh. A couple of roaches do waddle in. 2 roaches go down for free. Good start. Speaking of, we got a 3rd and 4th roach essentially for free as well. Do we get the Queen? We get a Queen! Oh my god. 4 roaches and a Queen for a bit of hull damage on the Stalker. Very efficient trades here from ARJ Skater. Kamami Bro a little bit inattentive to his army. He's working on a lair back at home. Still only on 1 gas. Barely an economy here as well, which is concerning. There we go. 9 drones on the way. But here comes 2 Void Rays and we shut down the Queen. Where's the anti-air? Uh-oh. And this time ARJ Skater, he's paying attention to the army. He will not be piled down, and this hatchery is going to be going down, and Kamami Bro has to race back home. This army's not safe, not with Void Rays out. Go for the piles. Up. We're paying attention, though. We are paying attention. We got on top of the eggs. Yeah, Kamami Bro racing back home. With this lair, we can try to go into the... There we go. Hydras are on the way. But suddenly, ARJ Skater has map control. We're expanding. We're taking the natural. I'm telling you, Bobby. 3 Void Rays in a dream. That's all you... It's not a dream. It's reality. Let's go. Oh, and that's going to be a lot of overlords. We're heavily supply blocking command. He can't make the Hydras. No shot. Cannot make any Hydras here. Insanely supply blocked as 3 overlords go down. We have a hatchery on the way. We can't make anything. The Ravager's busy dealing with the cannons. More Overlords falling here. Oof, and we're not getting out of the supply block anytime soon. And ARJ, he's done it. He's done it. He catches the Ravagers. The Immortal Void Ray going to town. We catch the Ravagers. We push up into the main base again. Command Bureau still can't make anything. We have spores on the way, but too little too late. The army is here. We have some Queens. We have Transfuse. But against Immortals and Void Rays, yeah, it's not going to work. It's not going to happen. We break through the defensive line, and ARJ Skater, things are looking a little bit bleak. Happy, I was concerned. I know he's going to watch the VOD later. I was concerned when we saw the Void Rays go down earlier to the piles. I was like, how do we win from here? Happy, it's all good. The boys are being pulled. They're going to be going down. At least Command Bro is no longer supply block. He is making Hydras. Every drone will fall. Hydras, they pop out one at a time, and it's not going to be enough. ARJ Skater. Oh, you got to get some GGs in these 1v1s. GG! ARJ Skater will take the game. GG, Poppy. I was concerned for you. I was concerned. I shouldn't have been. I should believe in the power of the Void Ray. And the Immortal as well, to be fair. GG. But yeah, things got really chaotic from the side of the Zerg player. Again, like the all-in was a little bit mishandled when it came to the saturation, when it came to the gases, when it came to the urgency of pushing up the ramp. There were moments where Lings were breaking in, but like they weren't really able to achieve too much. So even though like that main base of AJ Skater was a little bit compromised at times, like the Zerg player couldn't really take advantage of that. Wasn't able to really make use of their proxy hatch either, right? It's like, remember, it was a proxy hatch response, and we didn't use it to spread creep. We didn't really use it to really like rush into roaches across the map. It was just kind of there, and didn't really help too much. We weren't able to actually make use of it, and potentially like a proxy or a ninja goal base would have been a little bit better there, or a ninja base in general. Regardless, GG here to ARJ Skater, keeping a cool, calm, and collected head. Did make his way through. Oh, and now I'm ready. I'm ready, Frost. I'm ready for your game. We're working our way up the MMR ranks here. We first started with some gold MMR, then into platinum. Now we're getting into masters. Up next, here we go. We have a TBT between Frost, our viewer in the chat, and a barcode. Oh, I'm ready. Let's go. Show me what you got. Let's call him Cat. ATP is worse? I'm sure it's as bad as All Things Terran. I don't know. I would assume that all of the All Things Reddit threads or Reddits are equally awful, but I don't know. I don't watch them. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Red Terran player. Now for Red Terran, it is a barcode. Lovely. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have one of our viewers, one of our lovely viewers in the chat. We have our blue Terran player representing Clan Donkey. It is Frost. Oh, let's go. This is what I mean. Whenever we get viewers replays redeemed in the chat, this is what we deal with. I mean, we've had cannon rushes, we had proxy void ray, and now we're getting into, I imagine, 2-Rax Reaper. I say I imagine as the SCVs are being sent across the map. We do have our first Rax back at home actually here for the barcode. Okay. We have it back at home. We haven't taken any gases yet, which is interesting. Raxes are on the way. I guess we're just going proxy marine? Question mark? Okay, something you don't really get to see too often. Frost going for what looks to be an economic opener. Looks to be a Rax expand here from our blue Terran player. As we do SCV scatter across the map, we do get eyes on the Rax. We fully wall off. So far, barcode keeping Frost in the dark. And yeah, we're going for those proxies. Back at home, Frost is going to be expanding. So this is the ideal scenario for the barcode. Not going to lie. Like, we hide the build, and our opponent happens to be going for an economic opener. Like, the stars are aligning right now for the ideal of this build, but I don't really get to see Proxy Marine too often. So I don't really know how well this works in this matchup. Like, it's usually either Proxy Marauder or Proxy Reaper. Proxy Marine feels odd to me. And we're going for, okay, we're just going all in. It's going to be 4x Reaper. Sorry, God, I'm so used to saying Reaper. 4x Marine here from our barcode. Okay. Let 5. We're going up to 5 Raxes. Okay. 5 Rax Marine here. Let him cook, Papi. Let him cook. I don't want to judge too harshly yet. Let's see what you got, Senor Barcode. As the Reaper is going to slip in. Ooh, pretty big moment here as the Reaper sees the lack of gases. 0 gas. Very sus. With that, Frost should be aware that something is wrong. Obviously, not just lack of gas, lack of base, lack of factory, lack of starport. We should be aware there's a proxy. 100%. There is a proxy here. Frost knows what's going on. Bunker is on the way. Can we piece it all together, though? As Frost, he's looking... I do like this. We're checking the gold. That would be my go-to response as well. Was like, did you take a ninja base? Like, what's going on? What's happening right now? We check the gold. Nothing here yet. Marines have been revealed. They're moving out across the map. Likewise, how many Marines do we have? We have 10 Marines in total here for our red barcode. Frost back at home, getting into what exactly? We have Cyclones on the way. We have the bunker on the low ground. We have an SCV to repair. That's a lot. We're going up to 6? 6 racks? Okay. 6 racks mass marine. Let's go. You're all animals. Aye. Behind this, we're getting into a 1-1-1. That's bold to me. Getting into a 1-1-1. Boys are being pulled. Can we repair in time? These are vanilla marines, and the repair is so clutch. We barely keep the bunker alive. Just barely. Cyclones have arrived, and we are holding. Good target firing here on the SCVs, on the mule as well. But Barcode is all in. Barcode still has a worse economy. Killing workers is not good enough, and Frost barely hold. Papi, that was crazy. You barely held on. Let's go. The bunker stands strong. We do have additional Cyclones on the way, Marines as well. We're getting into what looks to be, I imagine, Banshee production with the tech lab on the starport. I would imagine Banshee, but we'll see. As we do dive on forward, once again, good target firing here on the Cyclone. Once again, on the workers as well. Mule goes down, a couple of SCVs, but the bunker stands strong, and we completely shut this down. Oh my god, the final Marine falls. The SCV as well. Cyclone can chase this back. And Barcode is running out of steam a little bit here. We're still, like, we still have pretty insane production, so we're still, like, massing more Marines. But the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Frost. As we have reactoring out Cyclones. And we're going for, interesting, we're going for Raven. Okay. The Raven can assist with auto turrets. Auto turrets can do quite well tanking and focusing down Marines. Marine does scout, does confirm the army. Bunker once again going ham. I wouldn't be opposed to a second bunker, to be honest, just in case this scenario does occur. We have to re-repair just in time once again. Vanilla Marines do so little damage. Vanilla Marines, they just tickle the bunker, Papi. Aye. The bunker stands strong. Marines are being chased away. Raven has arrived. We can even be proactive here. Show us the auto turrets. The Raven! Oh god! Did tank some shots. We tried to focus it down, did survive. That did actually help Frost's army. It looks like we got a glimpse, and there we go. We scan the proxy location. We're aware of the 5 Raxes. It's a lot of Marines. And honestly, from here, we can just chill. We can back off. We can just saturate our natural. We don't have to push out because there's nothing here. Like, there's no economy. We can just chill on 2 bases and just get a superior army. There's no rush for Frost. Honestly, I'm sure the Barker Terran wants to fight out on the map. That would be the ideal, because there's no bunker to deal with, there's no repair to deal with. I'm sure the Barker Terran wants a fight, and thankfully Frost doesn't give it to him. Frost scans, looking for another base. I'm sure that right now Frost may be even thinking that there could even be the gold, right? I think this is brutal on Golden Aura, because at any moment, technically, the Barcode Terran is pulling the boy. I was gonna say can try to take the gold to catch back up and to get into a longer game. But we're pulling the boys, Papi. We're pulling the boys. Let's go. Hon Mono, is that you? Unironic, is this a Hon Mono ult account? Now, to be fair, Hon Mono would pull the boys on 2 bases, not on 1. No, this is merely half a Hon Mono. As Marine Scout going to be once again confirming the Rax is still producing. Boys have arrived. Autosar's being thrown down again. They tank so many of those shots, deal so much DPS. We have 3 Ravens. The Autosar's, they have arrived. Boys are being pulled as well. We try to focus out every single one of these Cyclones where you're running out of steam, running out of Marines, and we shut this down completely. Oh my god. I was waiting for the BM, not gonna lie. True cheat. How could you repair? Didn't you know that SCVs were only meant to fight? How could you repair, Frost? How could you repair? GG. Ross will take it. Congrats. Congrats. Good response, really good scouting as well. As we mentioned at the time, like the moment when Frost got into the main and saw nothing, like that was huge. Like that was a misstep on the barcode Terran, is not being able to deny the scouts. I'm sure a big part of this build working is trying to fake out your opponent and keep the build hidden. So really good scouting out of Frost, able to confirm what was, for the most part, what was happening, responded well. The repairs were clutch. Honestly, like 1 second later and you could have lost that game. Like those bunkers got very, very low, like uncomfortably low. I wouldn't be opposed to additional bunkers, not gonna lie. Ay. So risky, Papi, so risky. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Does take it in the end. And we have uno más. We have 1 matchup left. Catching up. Can you get a ban or reprimand for being toxic? I think you can report accounts for being toxic. That's true. Can report them. Oh. Remember this guy? He does this every single game. Oh, is he a known person? He keeps going to kill him like an AI. Lovely, lovely. But from here, we go from Masters into GM. Into GM, Bobby. Let's go. Ooh, shout out to Night Phoenix. Night Phoenix, of course, the Ukrainian Protoss player, did redeem a replay last week and has been patiently waiting for us to go over it. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for a PvZ between Night Phoenix and Figaro. Fun fact, initially Night Phoenix redeemed a replay against Nikic, the Zerg player from Belarus. But afterwards did say, no, I have a better one. And redeemed this one instead. So I am excited. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Everyone has a code for using barcode. It's true, it's true. They're coping. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Solaris, we have our red Zerg player. I'm unfamiliar with him on clan TSI. It is Figaro. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Ukrainian Protoss, the Ukrainian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Hot-Headed Gaming. It is Night Phoenix. Figaro going for a 15-15, 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool has become a little bit more of a common opener here in this matchup. This opener does allow you to expand here on location without being disturbed by this probe. So a bit of a safer opener here from Figaro. You can also delay your gases a little bit further and head into a more roach heavy style. Ooh, as Night Phoenix going for a cannon rush. It's going to be a Gate Forge opener here. Now this is how you cannon rush, Bobby. So a Gate Forge is a quote-unquote macro cannon rush. So the way this works is that this is designed to cancel the expansion, and you take your own expansion behind this. It can be quite difficult to deal with, as we are going to be pulling the boys. We'll see if Figaro can deal with this as the pylon is on the way. Looks like Figaro is maybe assuming that this isn't a real cannon rush, but it is, and one drone is not going to be enough. Pylons have been thrown down. A cannon is going to be on the way, as Night Phoenix does push himself out of those pylons. and will continue that cannon rush. Yeah, pylons are cancelled. I don't think this cannon is within range. I think we need a second cannon, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there we go. Second cannon get thrown down in the middle line as well. Oh, and that's going to be a completion on the hatchery, which again, it should be a completion. Like, canceling this base would put the Protoss player ahead. As we have a spine crawler here on the high ground. Oh, barely out of range of the cannon. So, nicely positioned here from Figaro. Yeah, spine crawlers on the way, one towards the bottom, one towards the top. Oh, we do get rid of high ground vision, and we should eventually deal with this location. Zell comes in. Zell comes in just in time. And we're going for the spine crawler. Uh-oh. We're going for the spine crawler. Boys, they have to be pulled. We have to preserve the spine crawler. The cannon going ham. And we are getting drone kills. Meanwhile, Ling's going down to this cannon as well. And we will clean this up. With the completion of these spine crawlers, these cannons should be dealt with. But the trades have been brutal as Lings are going down. Yeah, the Lings, they come in a little bit prematurely, especially considering that I'm pretty sure this cannon doesn't threaten the base. And we could have dealt with this from the high ground. And cannon will go down. And looking at the trades, we lost 14 Lings. Bit of a sad face. Again, Knife Phoenix is expanding behind this. Was a macro cannon rush. 15 Lings went down, 3 drones for 2 cannons, a zealot, and a pylon. Again, that's a lot of Lings. Like, that wasn't a bad trade. Bearing in mind as well, we also forced lost mining time. We also have delayed the third base by quite a lot as well. So Figaro, he's down in workers, he's down in economy. 17 drones here, or now 19, 20, against the 23 here of Night Phoenix. Night Phoenix back at home. This should be a transition into a Stargate, and yep, there it is, Stargate follow-up here from Night Phoenix. This can lead into Void Rays. And Night Phoenix is kind of known for his Sky Toss. We casted plenty of Night Phoenix a couple of weeks ago, not just in events like the weekly online tournaments, but also in the Christmas Cup and the New Year's Cup. And we saw a lot of Sky Toss out of Night Phoenix, a lot of it. Was able to bring down Young Yakov with it, actually. As Adept's going to be forced back. Figaro still trying to stabilize here and still stuck on 2 bases. This third is so heavily delayed, and here we go. Finally, a drone is headed in that direction. Adept shades into the main. There's a spine crawler in position, but we focus on another couple of drones. Oh, it's going to be 6 workers in total. Speed now on the way, third base soon to be taken, but again, we saw just waiting for those minerals because Figaro is re-droning after losing so many workers. So a really shaky start here from our Zerg player. Across the map, again, we're working towards +1. We're not going into Void Rays, we're going into Oracles instead. It's going to be an Oracle opener here out of Night Phoenix. We are fortifying ourselves here at the natural base. We have a cannon and a shield battery on the way. So pretty well fortified here at the natural. And the Oracle is zooming across the map. We are going to be zooming out. Dipping in between the bases. Are those constant crickets part of the map ambience? They are. Fun fact. They are. Oh, as the Oracle gets hit, no Spore! No Spore Crawler. Another 3 drones fall. We do sustain some hull damage, but for the most part, worth it here for Night Phoenix. As it does keep that Oracle alive. But yeah, this is the only map that has the crickets, the bugs, the space crickets. As a fun fact. As behind this, we're getting into a Twilight Council, into a Robo. We're not working towards a Sky Toss transition, working towards a Ground Toss transition as we're getting up to 6 gates. This is looking more and more like a 2-base all-in. 2-base all-in out of Night Phoenix with +1, I imagine with Charge. Charge should be on the way alongside this, as gases have not been taken here at the natural. And yep, Charge is on the way. This is going to hit like a truck. That's going to be a lot of Zealots back. A lot of Zealots. And Figaro is still unawares as to what's going on. Is about to finish with the lair. Once the lair finishes, we need an Overseer. We need an Overseer to get across the map and to scout our opponent to get a read on what exactly is going on. Without it, we're going to be playing blind. We're going to be in the dark. And even with the Overseer, even without the Overseer Scout, like it's going to be so difficult to get a read on this. Drone's going to be falling. Third base still not saturated. Figaro still on 42 workers. Now droning up though. Oh, but we get a kill on that spine crawler. No transfuse. Up. Void Ray is forced back. And did I say 6 gates? It is going to be an 8-gate 2-base all-in. Let's go. 8 gates in total, plus 2 on the way. Prism is moving out. So these things do confirm the lack of third. So Figaro, he should be aware that it's an aggressive build from Night Phoenix. It could be like 4-gate Glaive Adepts. It could be DTs. It could be a charge all-in. Figaro doesn't know. Doesn't know the details. Is preparing back at home with some roaches. Spines are repositioning as well, but there's only one spine crawler. And this charge all in, it's going to snowball out of control. We do have some roaches, but roaches are not the most ideal unit here in this position. Again, Bailings would be ideal. Bailings going to be going down. I'm loving the SimCity with the spine crawler. We do force back the Zealots. Very nice. As Figaro, he forces back the army. Oracle dips into the natural. We're getting 11 kills so far. Void Race on the way. So far, Figaro, he does force back the army. He is droning, and I'm curious if Night Phoenix takes a third. Do we take a third base, or do we double down? Oh, we're doubling down. we're doubling down, Papi. Let's go. We go for another big warping of Zealots. Immortals on the way. Void Rays as well. We're building up a Deathblood of army. We have a Dark Shrine on the way alongside this. Okay. Wasn't quite expecting that. Wasn't quite expecting the Stargate. Here we have Zealots towards the main. We have a Zealot run by towards the natural. The main army is still chilling back at home. As we do reinforce. There we go. Zealot's going to be trying to keep this Roach army busy. We do get into the mineral line. One Queen will not go down. Clutch Transfuse. So far, good defense here from Figaro. He is holding. Oh! So he takes down another couple of Zealots. Worker's going to be rotating back over. Figaro now with a decent economy. We're still not quite at 3 bases, but we're getting there. We're getting towards 3 base economy. That's a decent amount of roaches. Yo, we can push out across the map. There is an overcharge available, but this one Immortal's looking quite exposed. There is potential. And here we go. We are pushing in. You can see we're trying to get on top of that Immortal as well. The overcharge is popped. Zealots are going to be going down, and there's just too much DPS here. Every single Zealot does fall. But we cannot push in any further. Sentries have been warped in defensively. We do have force fields available. And the Zealots say, get in! No shot. The Roach army is busy, and we do take control of the third base. Figaro still not quite able to make use of this third. And can we get a kill in the hatchery? No shot. They are +2 Zealots. But we should be able to barely save it. Yeah, the clutch transfuse. We keep it alive. Zealots are going to be shut down. At the same time, DT warping into the... Oh my god, that's a lot of Dark Templar. And we're going to get a kill. The lair, it's going to fall. We do have detection on the way, but not in time. Figaro, he's being pulled apart. No. We can shut down some of these DTs. And there was potential in the push earlier, but we weren't quite able to break into the natural. At least Night Phoenix is still on 2 bases. Like, he still has a limited economy, but now he takes the third. And this is what Figaro needs to deny. Remember, Figaro, he's up in supply right now. He has a large Roach army, has lost a lot of tech, doesn't have the best economy, but with this army, we need to make use of it, and we need to flex it across the map. We cannot allow Night Phoenix to get this third base. As Figaro is taking his own third. Bearing in mind that he lost his main. Prism sharking around. And Figaro, he's chilling back at home. He's playing this scared. To be fair, I'm sure if Figaro was aware of this base, he would be pushing out. I'm sure if he was aware, he would be out on the map. Spawning pool going to be going down. Archon drop into the natural, getting an Overseer. Do we have a lair? No, still no lair, by the way. More DTs coming in. Do we have an Overseer? We have 2. 2 Overseers with the main army. Uh-oh. No Spore. No shot. No Spore. The Overseers, they're across the map. We have to race back home, and these DTs, they're going ham. Ay, ay, ay. We deny mining here at the natural. Overseers, they come back in. We can clean this up. But once again, we disrupt the mining, we disrupt the economy. do kill so many workers. And Night Phoenix, he's getting into his third. Now, Figaro is still up in supply. Now, bearing in mind this is an inefficient army, still right now remaking the spawning pool, still no lair, still no tech. Up against Immortals and up against Force Fields, we do have to respect it. We do get eyes on the third. So we are going to be cutting back here. A lot of Zealots going to be going down. We do catch one of those Ravagers. Efficient trade here for Night Phoenix, trading minerals for gas. Only losing Zealots, really. From here, on the one hand, I want to say that, like, Figaro, like, he's in a decent enough position where he's maxing out. Like, he can kind of rest on his laurels a little bit and just start teching. That is true. But, like, the tech is so delayed here. Like, this lair is so late. The would-be Hydroden or Lurkers or Infestation Bit or wherever we want to tech towards is so delayed that I feel anxious about not really pressing our advantage here. As the Immortal count is getting higher and higher. How many Immortals? 6. Oh my god. 6 Immortals for Night Phoenix. That's crazy. Again, the quality of this army is pretty insane. He's got +3 attack, by the way. He has +3 for his army. Night Phoenix, you're crazy. And 4th base on the way. Lair finally finished. More Zealots, more Archons being warped in here across the map. Night Phoenix trying to cause some chaos. The Biles! They bring down the Void Ray. The pick off there from Figaro. That's the map. Night Phoenix being forced out of the main. Hydroden on the way, so it looks like Figaro does want to work towards Hydra Lurker Viper, I imagine. But it's going to take a while to really get there. We are trying to counterattack with these roaches. We're going for the third. It's left exposed. There are 2 shield batteries. But we can bust in. The army on the way. We do rotate in time. At the same time, we do go for another big Zealot counterattack across the map. We're going... No, are we going to get it again? No shot. The lair force for a second time. Ay, ay, ay. We get the lair, we go for the bait. These are +3 Zealots, by the way. They almost give it... Will they get the kill? No shot! They get the Roach Warren as well. The Roach Warren will go down. At the same time, Archon drop here in towards the third, distracting the army. We get the Roach Warren, we get the lair, we get the spawning pool once again as well. These Zealots. They're insane. The amount of DPS they have here, and now we're forcing a counterattack. Again, Figaro still has the army advantage, but it is Roach Ravager. Again, still a very inefficient army, still only with +1 range. Gonna try to push in. Decent force fields, we catch a Roach. Like, pushing into this position is so difficult because there's a shield battery, there's overcharge, it's force fields. Speaking of, force fields are thrown down. Oh, once again, slicing up the army. Very nice force fields. A lot of roaches are going down, and this is the fight that Night Phoenix wanted. You can see Figaro plummeted in supply. He had, what, 180 supply? He drops 40. Drops 40 supply in the blink of an eye. Very efficient fight. And this is where the soup does lie, right? It's like Roach Ravager is very inflated. It's not very efficient. Another base going to be going down. You can be down 80 supply and still take an amazing fight. And Night Phoenix, he's clawing his way back into this. He's killed another base. We're down to 1. We're down to 1 base. No shot. Night Phoenix. And here we go. We can soon push out with this. How many Immortals? 6 Immortals. 2 Disruptors. We are pushing with the death ball of an army. Figaro does have bottom right. So it does have a 2 base economy technically. Just have 2 bases, a Roach counterattack, which means not everything's going to be at home to defend. Uh-oh. Gonna go for the base. Hydras are in production. Never goes off. Doesn't connect. Good dodge. Never will... The second never goes off as well. Big connection on the Ravagers. Massive connection. Night Phoenix is a breaking on through. Again, these roaches across the map coming back home. It looks like they caught a reinforcing disruptor. Not a bad pickup. Biles will not connect. Roaches coming in from behind. Yeah, boys are being pulled as well. We collapse on the army. The Nova connects with the drones. Big stasis trap goes off. And Night Phoenix just out controlling the army here. Making full use of what he has. Behind this, more DTs, more Archons. We're down to one base. The Nova grazes the army, gets one of the Hydras. And we will take down the final hatchery here of Figaro. Oh my god. We get a surround, we force a recall. One Immortal does get picked up, and we do catch another. Not bad, if only we weren't losing all our bases. And this is the final hatchery here. We go for the tech instead, we go for the Hydrogen first. And then we get both. But ¿por qué no los dos? We get both the hatchery and the Hydrogen. Figaro desperately trying to double expand, but zero economy, zero mining. He has a bank. He's throwing down more bases. But Figaro cannot produce, not anymore. Night Phoenix now taking a fourth. Did retain all of his Immortals, retained the Disruptors as well. And we are pushing. Remember, this all started with a failed Cannon Rush as well. Like, the Cannon Rush did trade against Lings, but did not kill the hatchery. And GG gets called. There's nothing left here for Figaro, and Night Phoenix able to snowball out of control. GG does take down Figaro. GG. Oh my god. GG. Very impressive multitasking there from Night Phoenix. Just constantly harassing, constantly sniping important tech here. The lair, how many times did the lair go down? Bases, tech structures, spawning pools, roach warrens, just constantly punishing the mobile army of Figaro. And unfortunately, I do think there was opportunities for the Zerg player, especially when the first lair died, where we could have just gone all in, or even before that actually, when we were up like quite heavily in supply, as we were taking the third, as Night Phoenix was taking the third base. Unfortunately, we didn't get eyes on it. There wasn't anything to scout the third, so the Zerg player wasn't aware that Night Phoenix was actually quite vulnerable at that time. And I do think that would have been a big moment for the Zerg player to really stop Night Phoenix from ever expanding and ever taking a third base. Once that third got up and running, Night Phoenix, he could have a comparable economy and keep up quality-wise with the army, and that's when he was able to just, really have his way with the bases of the Zerg. GG. GG, well played. Impressive play there out of Night Phoenix, and a brutal game there for the Zerg. Oh god. Just losing the lair over and over again, and just being stuck at home waiting for the lair constantly to rebuild to be able to tech up into like Hydras or Mutas or anything else. That was a brutal position. Was a brutal position. GG, well played. Congratulations. Congratulations to Night Phoenix. Oh, and with that, we have worked our way through our viewer replays. We're done. We've caught up. It's been like 3 weeks in the making. We have caught up, and yeah, was some fun games. Do appreciate it. Shout out to Soundo, RJ Skater, Frost, and to Night Phoenix for redeeming our replays. Thank you. And with that, we are going to be done for the night. We initially were casting Master Coliseum, that we wrapped up with some Duckling viewer replays, and now we're ready to indulge in the weekend. Starting tomorrow, we have, of course, the House Galactic Battle. The Polish LAN event is going to be tomorrow, and the day after is going to be the finals of Masters Coliseum. That's going to be on Sunday. As a reminder as well, just to reiterate, tomorrow is going to be the second last day of Master Coliseum, but we won't be casting it. We're going to be busy casting the Polish LAN event all day, and before the final day of Master Coliseum on Sunday, we're going to be having like a catch-up cast where we catch up on the games that we missed on Saturday. That's going to be the plan. That is going to be the plan here on the CranKy Ducklings. So if you're interested, you can follow us. If you happen to watch the the second last day of Master Coliseum live, don't spoil. Don't spoil in the chat. We're going to be keeping our eye out on that. And yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for watching. Do appreciate it. Good night. Oh. I see Night Phoenix in the chat. GG, Night Phoenix. GG. Yeah, the force fields were amazing. They were really good there. Like, the fight heavily swung in favor of Night Phoenix with those force fields. But yeah, with that, we're gonna be done here for the night. Do have some work to go over. I'm gonna be working through replay packs. If you're interested, you can support the channel through Twitter, Facebook. You can follow us. You can subscribe on Twitch. You can check us out on Patreon as well. And next week is going to be a big week. It's going to be a big week as I'm going to be traveling. I'm going to be flying over to Poland from Australia. It's going to be a 32-hour flight. It's going to be a big one. So, yeah, that's going to be great. I hope I survive. So, yeah, it's going to be a big week leading into I Am Katowice, which is in 2 weeks. 2 weeks' time. 32-hour flight, non-stop, Bobby, non-stop. 32-hour trip. It's 32 hours because there are layovers. Okay, calm down. there are layovers in Singapore, and I have another layover in Frankfurt, Germany as well. So that adds to the travel time. So yeah, it's gonna be intense, man. It's gonna be intense. Long, very long, Poppy, very long. I'm gonna try to cast. I'm gonna try to like stream and cast events from Poland as well. I'll do my best. Hopefully the audio is okay. We'll see. I'm gonna be taking a mic. I'm gonna be taking my headphones so I can just keep working while on the fly. We'll see. That is fun. Once you get to the destination, yeah. Yeah, we'll get there, Poppy. We'll get there. So yeah, enjoy the weekend. Enjoy all the StarCraft that is to come. And be sure to tune in to I Am Katowice in 2 weeks. Gonna be amazing, gonna be beautiful. Look for me in the crowd. Look for me. Until then, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We're gonna be heading off for the night. Until then, hasta luego. Buenas noches. Ciao. Ciao, Bobby. Ciao.